Chapter 1001. After sending out the warning, the Dragon Queen gathered her officials to discuss how to deal with the coming catastrophe. Actually, there was only one topic: how to support the trading cities. Well, the question of whether or not to support them was not even considered. As long as Dani was not out of her mind, she would not refuse to help. Even the people of Bravos had been discussing how to support the King's Landing with their own rations. The Dragon Queen could not be less knowledgeable than them. Don't forget, half of the western continent of Ursos belonged to her. Slave Bay, Horse King City, and Queen's Corner were all in Ursos. Moreover, if Ursos fell, the Frost God would be able to occupy more of the heavenly axiom of the Song of Ice and Fire world. Not just the Westeros heavenly axiom but the entire world. That was why Dani had to support the free trade city-states. The problem was how? After discussing with the officials of Dragonstone Island, Dani quickly came up with a preliminary decision. First, provide each city with enough atonement scrolls and dragon crystal weapons to ensure the fighting spirit and ability of the people of the city. Secondly, he would transfer some of the experienced volunteers from Westeros to the free trade city-states to serve as instructors for the city guards. Finally, select a group of priests of the seven gods who had mastered the Eye of Justice to guard the newly built churches in the cities. With the Eye of Justice, they would investigate the faceless people and other ghosts in the cities. Moonsinger Zanza was at least right about one thing. The Dragon Queen did not dare to personally help the city of Ursos. She was afraid of being stabbed in the back. It was not that the Westeros had higher moral integrity than the people of Ursos, but mainly because of their faith. In the Westeros, no matter how low the moral integrity of the nobles were, after all, they had been believers of the seven gods for their entire lives. Their values and morals were in line with the teachings of the seven gods, although most of the time, they did things that went against their own values. If the nobles of the seven kingdoms wanted to murder the Dragon Queen, it would definitely be for political reasons, and politics was the art of compromise. As long as the nobles did not lose their minds, they would not stab the Dragon Queen in the back when she was helping them defend the city. In most cases, they would be subdued by the Queen's charisma and power. In the past, even some of the lesser lords had looked down on the Mad King's daughter. Now, even the most stubborn Randall Tarley and Madame Stoneheart, who had lost her kindness, were convinced by her. But in the city-states of the Narrow Sea, other than political factors, what could influence the decisions of those in power was actually faith. Politics can be compromised, but faith is blind and resolute. Even if the Prince of Trade knew rationally that the Dragon Queen was helping them deal with the deviant ghosts and saving their city, once the gods intervened, reason and everything else would be replaced by faith. Believers were willing to sacrifice their own lives for the sake of their beliefs, so why would they care about their rationality? Care about the safety of the city? Therefore, if the Dragon Queen could overturn the seas and rivers in the Westeros, she would rather have two heads when she went to the free trade city-states. The other head would be on guard against the arrows from the back. She did not have two heads. That was why she didn't dare to rescue Ursus. Even if she couldn't do it herself, she would still provide great support to the free trade city-states. That afternoon, the Sea King was still having a meeting with the priests. Blackie led 30 pterosaurs to form the Sky Army, carrying millions of atonement scrolls and hundreds of tons of dragon crystal weapons. They started from Bravos and went all the way south, dropping supplies to the great cathedral in every city. Well, they weren't airdropped in the palace, but handed over to the 7 sacred halls in the city-states. When the supplies were airdropped, the messenger crows of Dragonstone Island had not yet flown to the palaces of the city-states. The next day, the combination of 2 priests and 2 holy knights began to descend on the great cathedral in each city-state. The priests preached, explaining the current dire situation to the people, as well as the appearance, characteristics, habits, weaknesses of the deviant ghosts. The holy knights recruited warriors to form the church's armed forces, publicly teaching combat skills against the deviant ghosts, providing free dragon crystal weapons, and arming the city guards. The whole of the western continent of Ursus was shocked by the news announced by the Dragon Queen. Before they could recover from the shock, they were shocked by her efficiency and generosity. So swift and decisive, as expected of the Dragon Queen. Before the meeting with the priests ended, the Sea King received the news that the Dragon Queen had airdropped supplies against the deviant ghosts. While the Sea King was happy, He was also a little embarrassed. His work efficiency was too low. But soon Dani was embarrassed too. She hurriedly airdropped supplies, sent priests, and sent hundreds of Westeros volunteer knights after obtaining the consent of the princes of the city-states. The people of the city-states were in a state of panic. They were on alert in every alley, checking every house day and night, and soldiers were on guard both inside and outside the city. Her spiritual power was highly concentrated, and after half a month of torment nothing happened, and not a single faceless deviant ghost was found. Of course, the princes and grand dukes of the city-states did not suspect that the Dragon Queen was lying, because the people of Braavos had already proven that the faceless deviant ghost incident was not a misunderstanding. The Sea King began to take action that day, piling up sandbags to encircle the House of Black and White, and throwing kerosene bombs to burn the House of Black and White. But as soon as Jaqun's identity was exposed, the Frost God sent a message to all the faceless deviant ghosts. At this time, there were not many deviant ghosts in the House of Black and White. The Sea King's attack on the House of Black and White seemed to have lit a fuse that broke the tacit understanding on the surface. The deviant ghosts then launched a tide of the living dead in the slums. There were also faceless disguised as assassins, madly assassinating the nobles, doctors, and key keepers in the city. More than a dozen nobles were wiped out, and even the Sea King was assassinated twice, and a chief swordsman died. Half a month had passed, and not only did the tide of corpses in Braavos not subside, but it was also slowly but surely spreading in all directions like moldy spots. Fortunately, Braavos was made up of many islands, and it was easier to divide the cataclysm area. What happened in Braavos clearly told everyone that the faceless deviant ghosts were real, and the Dragon Queen was not lying. After that, they found that the tombs of famous warriors inside and outside the city were empty, and a large number of babies were missing, which proved one thing. Their city was on the verge of crisis, and it might fall tomorrow, or their families might be torn apart by the corpses in the next moment. If terror came, they would numb their nerves and deal with it. But now, terror was hanging over their necks like a guillotine, and it could fall down at any moment. The terror became more and more terrifying, and it made people anxious. The princes, grand dukes, royalty, nobles, trade princes, freedmen, and slaves in the city-states were all in a state of anxiety and fear, and they began to frantically search for a way out. Then a secret message from the Sea King's palace about the gods spread like a plague, quickly spreading through the major city-states of Ursos. 6,000 years ago, the mandate of heaven had predicted that Dani Rise would sacrifice herself to help Lalo end the long night quickly. Now, the Dragon Queen was afraid of death and resisted the mandate of heaven, but the gods insisted on the original track of fate. So the two sides were in conflict, and countless creatures in the world were used as chess pieces to play a game of savior. Just as the Dragon Queen announced to the public, the gods knew that the faceless deviant ghosts were scattered in the cities, but they still pretended to be deaf and dumb, and did not care. It was because they wanted to fight for the title of savior, and they wanted to force the Dragon Queen to return to the path set by the mandate of heaven. Another week passed, and in front of the Pentos Holy Church, there was suddenly a group of civilians sitting quietly to show their power. They did not make a fuss, and they held up signs that said, "Obey the mandate of heaven, end the long night, and quell the wrath of the gods." And with numb and hateful eyes, they stared at every monk and believer entering and leaving the holy church. When the Dragon Queen heard about this, she was more surprised than angry, and through the center of the magic net, she gathered all the holy church bishops in the free trade city-states for a meeting. There were many people in the Sea King's palace at that time, and when the Red Bull priest Nyoben revealed the secrets of the gods, everyone was very shocked, and they would definitely tell the people around them. Then the news spread and everyone knew about it. Bishop Sterling said to the glass candles that were shining with milky white holy light, the cause of the incident was the mysterious news that the Red Bull priest exposed. However, the Red Bull priest did not encourage the people to force the Dragon Queen to sacrifice herself for others, and he only objectively explained the conflict between the Dragon Queen and the gods. After understanding the purpose of the gods, some people scolded the gods for being vicious, saying that they had worshipped them for thousands of years in vain, and since then they no longer believed in the gods that joined the Alliance of Justice. Even more people were pressured by the threat of the deviant ghosts, but they never dared to resent the gods, and only hoped that as a mortal, the Dragon Queen would consider the big picture, follow the will of heaven, sacrifice herself, and help the Red God. This way, they would be able to escape the calamity of the faceless deviant ghosts. There was more than one person with this idea, and even more than a group of people. Not only Pentos, I also heard similar rumors in Tylosai, and it seems that the Grand Duke of Tylosai is behind this, the Holy Church Bishop of Tylosai said worriedly. I think we should take countermeasures. We can't let such rumors continue to spread, the Holy Church Bishop of Meyer said seriously. The Holy Church Bishop of Pentos said angrily, those people are crazy. His Majesty has always been at the forefront, fighting on the front line against the deviant ghosts. What is Lalo doing? What can he do? What are the gods doing? They know that the faceless deviant ghosts are spreading everywhere, but they don't report it, raising bandits for their own sake. Can such gods be trusted? Your Holiness, how about you cancel the Holy Church of Pentos and let me return to the King's Landing? I'm not afraid of sacrifice, but I really don't want to sacrifice myself for such a Pentos person. The Holy Church bishops were all furious, but as the person involved, the Dragon Queen wasn't too angry. It wasn't that she didn't have a temper. A long time ago when Pale Moon Chunu came to turn herself in, she was told the Alliance of Justice's plan, to end the long night first, then use their power to pressure her, forcing her to bear the pressure of the entire world. At the time she was already angry, but now it was just a prediction that became reality. Yep, it was a few years earlier than predicted. The gods originally planned to end the deviant ghost king by summoning the sun to force her. Who would have thought that the human's performance was even worse than what the gods predicted? Before the deviant ghost king was killed, they were already urging her to sacrifice herself for the big picture. If she really sacrificed herself, would Lalo be able to end the long night immediately? The Dragon Queen sighed and ordered the Holy Church bishops, from today onwards, imitate the King's Landing Holy Church of Baylor, and transform your respective holy churches into castles. Try not to go out and preach as much as possible, and don't go door to door to distribute dragon crystal weapons and atonement scrolls. If they need them, let them go to the Holy Church to get them. Moreover, the atonement scrolls and weapons are no longer free, even if it's only a copper coin you have to pay for it. As for you, gather the true believers and stay in the Holy Church to recite scriptures, accumulate magic slots, and wait for the corpse tide. Your Holiness, wouldn't this be too passive? A bishop asked. The Dragon Queen warned seriously, you have to understand one thing. The number one enemy of humans has always been the deviants. The gods are shallow and despicable. The civilians are cowardly and ignorant. Is the Church of the Seven Gods, the light of human civilization, as ignorant and shallow as them? In a split second, the archbishop's blood surged, and their emotions surged. Yes, the civilians and the nobles are ignorant and cowardly. The gods are cunning and evil. Only the seven gods, only the disciples of the Church of the Seven Gods, can truly save the world. Even if they walk alone in the long night, they have to be like Her Holiness the Pope, and maintain a pure and holy heart. As soon as she went offline, the Dragon Queen called Dr. Marwin, gnashing her teeth. I have unwillingness and resentment in my heart. I want revenge. I want to take the initiative to attack. Help me contact Fat Sam. Chapter 1002. In the past few years, Sam's life had been pretty good. When he brought the female savage Jilly to the old town, he didn't want to stay in the City of Knowledge for long. Before leaving the Great Wall, the City of Knowledge could still be maintained. Sam didn't mind getting a necklace and becoming an official scholar. But after a long journey to the City of Knowledge, he realized that even in the old town, where the scholars were based, the scholars were no longer respected by the people. Not only did they lose their honor, they were also like rats, carefully hiding underground. At any moment, there was the danger of being assassinated by Faceless and being captured by bounty hunters, and sent to the naked streets of the Holy Church. At that moment, the glorious image of the scholars in Sam's heart was shattered. After Sir Ace was killed by the doctor, he immediately prepared to bring Jilly back to his hometown. But not only did the doctor not let him go, he even added more responsibilities to him. The first person to kill a deviant ghost became the symbol of the City of Knowledge, the representative of the scholars. The deviant ghosts became an undeniable fact. The arrival of the long night proved how stupid the City of Knowledge's previous actions were. If the City of Knowledge wanted to save itself, It had to start with the reform of the leadership. The old scholars of the City of Knowledge had offended the Dragon Queen and lost their credibility in the hearts of the people and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. The doctor understood that if he wanted to save the City of Knowledge, he had to at least let the person at the helm of the City of Knowledge gain the recognition of the Dragon Queen. Then, he realized that there was no one more suitable than Sam Tully. Firstly, Sam was a noble, so it was easier for him to be accepted by the nobles. His identity as a night watchman and his experience in fighting deviant ghosts would also be liked by the people. Secondly, Sam was smart, studious, simple, and never lacked courage in crucial moments. In the Seven Kingdoms, he was a rare talent. Among the apprentices of the City of Knowledge, he was a first-class talent. Lastly, Sam's relationship with the Dragon Queen was good. Thus, Sam was forced to stay in the City of Knowledge and was nurtured by the scholars as the young master of the City of Knowledge. When the Great Wall collapsed and deviant ghosts rampaged in the north, the doctor confessed to the people of the Seven Kingdoms, "I am guilty. I thought that the long night and deviant ghosts were stories made up by the northerners. I am guilty. I represented the City of Knowledge to bear all the responsibility of the scholars during the dance of the blood dragon. I am guilty. The ideal of the real world of the City of Knowledge was too absurd. I am guilty." The doctor of the City of Knowledge admitted to 7 major crimes in total. Then, he went to the Starry Sanctuary next door to lose his hair and become a monk. The Starry Sanctuary did not simply allow him to lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. They also took him for a parade to atone for his sins. Since the old doctor voluntarily surrendered himself, Archbishop John left him a pair of underpants to cover his private parts. After parading through the streets, the old professor also served as an ascetic in the Holy Church. He was barefoot, dressed in linen clothes, given clean water and bread, given a wooden bed in a shack, and received 997 karma. The old professor resigned to atone for his sins, and Sam's life began. He became the fastest apprentice to be promoted to a bachelor, and then immediately advanced from a bachelor to a doctorate at a record-breaking speed. In less than a month, he became the youngest person in history to be elected as the head of doctorates in the City of Knowledge. When the Battle of King's Landing ended, his younger brother Dickon died in battle, his father joined the Sons of Warriors, and Fat Sam suddenly became the acting Earl of Horn Hill. When Danny participated in the Honey Wine River tournament, Dickon was already married. When he died in battle a few years later, he was already the father of 2 children. It was just that his son was too young to fulfill the responsibilities of an earl in the long night, so Uncle Sam temporarily took over the position of the city lord and earl. Before the deviant ghosts of the western region rushed into the riverbend, Sam was still reforming the City of Knowledge in the Old Town. Since then, the City of Knowledge had established a connection with Dragonstone Island. Every time Fatty encountered a major event, he would ask the Dragon Queen. When the Dragon Queen was not there, he would ask Dr. Malvern for advice. When the Dragon Queen formed a volunteer group in the riverbend, Fat Sam took the initiative to lead a large number of scholars upstream to the city with the most severe disaster. In his spare time he opened a magic school, and in wartime he fought against the ghouls on the city wall. When he retreated he could teach and educate people, and when he advanced he could kill the enemy. Unknowingly, the once cowardly and timid Fat Sam gradually grew into the heir that his father had always looked forward to. Well, even though Fat Sam had made a lot of progress now, Randall Tarley was still not satisfied with his only remaining son. Because Fat Sam, who shouldered the 2 great jobs of a night watchman and a scholar, actually had 3 illegitimate children with a female savage. His eldest son was raised on Dragonstone Island as the adopted son of Count Balin of Blackwater. His daughter had just turned 1 year old this year, and his 3rd son was still in the womb of Savage Jilly. He was 3 months old, and his gender was unknown. Scholars and night watchmen both had sacred vows to not marry and not have children. Now that the people of the 7 Kingdoms knew that his son was an oathbreaker, how could the paladin commander not be angry? When the Dragon Queen held a great trial in the fairy city, Randall specially wrote a letter to the Queen, requesting that the Queen also put his oathbreaker son on trial. He even suggested that the Queen should treat Fat Sam like those blacklisted professors, and arrange for bounty hunters to arrest him. Even if they did not want him to be publicly exposed, they should at least force him to lose his hair and become a monk. Danny refused. Compared to the City of Knowledge's dragon-slaying plan, the War of the Usurpers, and the death of the Mad King, Sam's trivial matter was not qualified to be discussed in the Great Council. A case that even a county magistrate could decide. How could the Queen waste her time? Furthermore, Westeros had a total of 4 professions that required one to make sacred vows to not marry and not have children. They were scholar, white knight, monk, and night watchman. Fat Sam was already half of them. If he were to shave his head and become a monk, wouldn't it be an even worse crime? Sir Manager, Professor Marwyn of Dragonstone Island sent a letter. That evening, Fat Sam had just finished his magic class and was eating dinner with his wife, daughter, sister-in-law, nephew, mother, and sister when he heard Scholar Leo's voice from outside the door. Geographically, Horn Hill was located in the middle of the river. The Crimson Mountain Range divided the Monday River Plain in the north and the Honeywine River Plain in the south. Horn Hill was built on the Crimson Mountain Range and guarded the important pass that connected the two plains. Therefore, Horn Hill was an important stronghold to stop the deviants from entering the Honeywine River Plain. When the scholars went north to support the castles, Fat Sam naturally chose his hometown. Because of Fat Sam's identity as the City of Knowledge's manager, Horn Hill also became the headquarters of the anti-ghost scholars. Fat Sam smiled comfortingly at his family and climbed down from the wide bed. He put on his leather boots and walked out the door. There was a fireplace in the living room, but the hall was too empty. Fat Sam had just walked out of the warm side hall when he was chilled by the cold air. "What is it?" Sam asked on the way to the crow's nest. Leo shook his head. "I don't know either." Fat Sam did not have magic talent, so he had to go to the crow's nest to communicate with the glass candle. There was an unwritten rule in the Westeros nowadays that only the scholars who could activate the glass candle were qualified to manage the ravens. Compared to the traditional ravens, the glass candle communication was too fast and convenient. "Did you see Miss Margaret when you returned to the old town this time?" Sam rolled up his sleeves and walked on the snow in the courtyard. "She's not crazy." Leo exhaled a puff of white smoke and said directly. He was the one who bought Rosie's first night, Leo Tyrell, nicknamed Lazy Leo. He was the junior of Black Girl Larissa and one of Marwyn's apprentices. In terms of seniority, Leo was Margaret's uncle. That's scarier than being crazy. Sam's eyebrows showed a hint of worry. After the Battle of the 100 Teams, the situation in the Riverbend has stabilized and nothing major has happened in the past few months. However, we did not win the final victory. The temperature is dropping day by day, and the faceless deviants are causing trouble on the other side of the strait. You know that, right? The continent of Ursos is in danger and could collapse at any time. Therefore, the Riverbend must not be disturbed during this period of time. Don't worry. She may be restless, but the old man in the old town and Horace Redwyn are not fools. Horace? Sam muttered. I really hope that his father, Earl Pixter, is still alive. The Green Pavilion Island is a mess now. It's not serving the purpose of the Riverbend at all. Horace was the eldest son of Earl Pixter. He had a generous face full of freckles. His abilities were as mediocre as his looks. In the early years when Randall Tully was desperate for an heir, he had thought of sending Sam to the Green Pavilion Island to be his adopted son. Unfortunately, not everyone of the same age could become Robert and Ide. Horace not only failed to guide Sam in the good direction, but also bullied and humiliated him, making him even more autistic and cowardly. Not long after, the fatty returned to his hometown in tears, looking like a coward. No one would have thought that after growing up, the two of them would have completely opposite experiences. Fat Sam had won a lot of praise in the Riverbend over the past few years, while the smart and brave, Horace was despised and cursed by all the Riverbend nobles. Horace's abilities are a little weak, but the chaos in the Green Pavilion Island can't be blamed on him. There were too many refugees. Leo was now Sam's follower, but he was in the same circle as Horace back then. Sam shook his head. Look at Taz Island. Its geographical environment and development are far inferior to the Green Pavilion Island, but it's thriving under Madame Sansa's rule. Not only does it accept the refugees from the Stormlands, but even the commoners and nobles in the royal territory and the Riverbend can find a way to survive there. They organize the craftsmen to make glass and build glass shelters on a large scale. They arrange for the people to dig caves to live in or grow mushrooms. They form fleets to fish in the ocean and fish for kelp in the coastal waters. There are more than 600,000 people on the island. Everyone has a job and food to eat. It's well arranged. Look at the Green Pavilion Island. It only accepts less than 100,000 refugees, but it sends out letters every day to the River Bend nobles and the Dragon Queen for food and fleets. I've sent 10 scholars to help him, and the day before yesterday, he sent a letter asking for more scholars. He can't even copy Madame Sansa's homework? Leo could not refute. He could only sigh. Horace can be considered average, but the women in the Westeros are especially outstanding in recent years. If Horace marries Marjorie, I guarantee that he'll be able to take care of the Green Pavilion Island. Sam stopped in his tracks and turned to ask, whose idea is this? Leo's eyes flashed. He probed. Marjorie has this idea. Horace has always been in love with her, but the High Court Rose back then did not like him at all. Does Horace know that she poops in public? Sam was a little embarrassed. Don't even talk about watching her shit. That guy is even willing to lick it for her, Leo said absent-mindedly. Sam felt disgusted. He frowned and asked, Count Hathor agreed? Leo said heavily, Marjorie's mother is his biological daughter. Under the premise that it doesn't endanger the Hathor family, of course he hopes that his granddaughter can have a good ending. You know Horace's character. He doesn't have the ability to covet the position of the High Court Lord. I'll help you ask Dr. Marwyn, Sam said. He knew that Leo represented Tyrell's branch family, and hoped that Marjorie could have a good home. Chapter 1003. The Queen has already handed Marjorie over to Hyder. As long as she completes 5 years of penance, she can marry anyone. Her Majesty doesn't mind at all. Of course, if anything happens, the Hyder family will be held responsible, Marwyn said directly from the other end of the glass candle. Sam nodded and asked, Doctor, do you have any instructions for me today? Marwyn first told him about the situation in Narrow Sea City before saying, I'm not sure if there's an evil god fanning the flames, but the public opinion in the Free City is very unfavorable to the Queen and the Church. The people of Ursos are ignorant and weak. Their rationality has been devoured by fear, and they have ignored the Queen's efforts in fighting the other ghosts. They even think that the gods can end the long night immediately. Another time, the Queen will use blood and fire to wake them up. But now our real enemy is the other ghosts. The other ghosts and the living cannot coexist. So, even if we know that the people of Ursos are stupid allies, we have to do our best to help them. If we don't help them today, they will become the living dead tomorrow and will only strengthen the other ghosts. This is really... Sam shook his head and smiled bitterly. Before today, I never knew that the gods were so close to the mortal world. It's hard to imagine that they would work together to fight the Dragon Queen. I also can't understand why they would be so unscrupulous and disregard the big picture for the sake of the Queen. Don't think too highly of the gods. They are just mortals with extraordinary talents. Marwyn sighed. When I first heard that Chizong killed the Guardian of Pentos, I was just like you now. My worldview that I had held on to for decades was shattered. But as Master Chizong killed more and more gods, I gradually became numb and started to reconstruct my worldview. Sam was stunned. You want the City of Knowledge to change the public opinion? Why not explain it to the Prince of the Trading City? The Queen doesn't want to completely tear down the face of the gods. The faceless other ghosts will erupt sooner or later. Even if the gods have other goals, they still want to fight against the other ghosts. If the Queen personally exposed the truth of the gods and trampled on their dignity, the gods would be so angry that they might just quit. Then Ursos would really be finished. At the end of the day, it was only the gods' plan to force the Queen to obey their orders. The public opinion in the city of Ursus might not necessarily be related to them. If it's a storm of public opinion caused by the bad habits of humans, there's no reason for the gods to take responsibility. After a pause, Marvin waited for Fat Sam to digest the information before continuing. The City of Knowledge belongs to a third party and is always separated from the Queen. Everyone in the world knows that scholars are bold and unafraid of death. They hate gods and supernatural powers, so it's not strange for them to do crazy things. This sounded uncomfortable, but it was the absolute truth. Sam couldn't refute. His fat face twitched as he asked helplessly, "What should I do?" Marvin twisted his bull neck a few times and smiled. "In the name of the City of Knowledge, through writing novels, dramas, history books, theological analysis, and other means, we will expose the truth of the gods to all humans. I'm afraid you won't be able to fool an expert if you make things up. Ursos is not a Westeros. There are many supernatural beings there who know the secrets of the gods," Sam said hesitantly. "Don't make things up. Just tell the truth." But the scholars only know how to make things up. If the City of Knowledge had the truth, the Westeros wouldn't be in an advanced position, Sam said awkwardly, his fat face red. His words were so honest that Marvin was speechless. His bull neck also turned red. "It's different this time. I'll guide you in writing history. After following the Dragon Queen for so many years, I've learned a lot of truths about the world." "What truths?" Sam asked curiously. The last long night lasted a generation, and Lalo was at the peak of his power. He was a powerful true god who could sing the Song of Fire. Even at his peak, Lalo needed a generation to end the long night. This long night is scarier and it will last longer. Therefore, the idea of forcing the queen to sacrifice herself to fulfill our Hiller was very foolish. Even at his peak, Lalo couldn't end the long night and summon the sun immediately, let alone now. The Dragon Queen can end the long night in 10 years. Sam was enlightened. That makes sense. And look at the Westeros now. Tens of thousands of Red God priests have gathered at the King's Landing, but they can't even take care of the King's Landing. The Queen, on the other hand, can launch an earth-shattering battle. Sam nodded again, deeply agreeing with him. The contrast was too obvious. Even a blind man could see the difference. In the last battle at Winterfell, the failure was because Lalo wasn't strong enough. Before the Frost God could cast the forbidden spell, he was beaten to a pulp. Then the Dragon Queen turned the tide and resisted the forbidden ice spell. This wasn't the truth. It wasn't that Lalo wasn't strong enough, but that the Dragon Queen wanted to snatch his Song of Light, and the two had an internal conflict. But Lalo couldn't explain it. He was destined to be a scapegoat for the rest of his life. If the gods were really omnipotent, why would they form the Righteous Alliance? This logic is just like how the various cities formed an alliance to deal with Slave Bay. Isn't it obvious who's stronger? The people of Ursus gave up the warm help of the strongest queen and instead begged for the help of a cold and heartless fake god. Isn't that laughable? Marvin said proudly. These words were also a partial generalization. When the Righteous Alliance was formed, the Dragon Queen hadn't even comprehended a domain. She was far from being the strongest in the world, and she wasn't even a match for the Night Lion. At that time there were no less than 10 evil gods who could defeat her. But no evil god could guarantee that they would be able to take the queen's life without suffering any injuries. The Dragon Queen had the gift of time and space given by the Megalosaurus and the Door God. This guaranteed that she would be able to escape safely when she was powerless. The key to annihilating the Dragon Queen was never whether they could defeat her, but how to ensure that she couldn't escape. Today 100 evil gods went to kill the Dragon Queen. 10 of them died, and she was finally forced to the end of her rope. Then she spat out a mouthful of blood with much difficulty and said, "You win. I admit defeat, but I will be back." Then with a whoosh, she opened a dimensional door and ran away. The divinity of the 10 evil gods was completely enough to heal her injuries and make up for the damage to Blackie caused by forcefully opening the dimensional door. There was even some left over. Then on the second day she was full of energy again. She really came back. The remaining 90 evil gods looked at each other and gritted their teeth helplessly. They surrounded her again. Crackle, crackle. The Dragon Queen killed 11 evil gods and left a sentence, "I admit defeat, but I will be back." On the third day, who could stand it? The Door God gave the gift of time and space to Dany to help her survive while she was farming. Back then, Sheep Egg and Lalo worked together to create a small calamity in the Smoke Sea that affected an area of several hundred kilometers. Even Orlos sank into the sea. Just how big of a deal was that? Before Orlos's small calamity, the concept of a Justice Alliance didn't even exist. The gods felt the threat from the Dragon Queen, but they didn't want to work together to deal with a junior who hadn't even cultivated for 5 years. After the calamity, the Dragon Queen was still alive and kicking. She even crippled Sheepegg and captured one of Lalo's clones, at the Great Wall. At that time, the gods finally realized that if they didn't work together, no one would be able to deal with the Dragon Queen. And so, the Justice Alliance was formed. Similarly, the plan to force the Dragon Queen into a trap in the Smoke Sea was also designed after Orlas's small calamity. The reason was simple. Orlas's fatal trap didn't kill the Dragon Queen. Now that her Song of Laws had improved greatly and she had comprehended the domain of wind and fire, her strength had increased by more than 10 times. The only way to ambush her was to design a more dangerous situation than Orlas's small calamity. Idiots couldn't become gods. The gods understood that they had to kill the Dragon Queen in one fell swoop. They couldn't let her keep saying, "I'll be back." However, even the Dragon Queen herself didn't know these secrets, so Marvin naturally didn't know either. Fatty couldn't find any loopholes in Marvin's words. He excitedly said, "Only the weak will work together. The gods forming the Justice Alliance means that the Queen is already unparalleled. Don't worry, Doctor. I promise to complete the mission perfectly." "Scholar, you're bold and unafraid of death." In the end, he clenched his teeth and declared. After listening to Marvin's words, Sam's respect for the Dragon Queen grew even more. He was also more confident in the future, and in changing public opinion in Ursos. After logging off, he began to arrange for the scholar to compile the gods' mystic records. In less than a week, a new batch of plays and printed books appeared in the narrow sea city. Yes, the scholar was bold and unafraid of death. He had already stolen the printing and papermaking techniques from the Dragon Queen. In the next few months, all kinds of secrets of the gods began to spread across the continent of Ursos. Even in the cities of the Jade Sea in the east, the civilians began to discuss who was the one that humans could rely on, the Dragon Queen or the gods. "Damn you, scholar. I'll destroy the city of knowledge sooner or later." Night Lion angrily tore apart the book, on how Night Lion P. the Maiden of Light in his hand. In the ruins of Valeglia City, countless sky towers were like cigarette butts in an ashtray, carelessly poured into half-solidified phlegm. The black stone buildings were sturdy and immortal. Many of them had survived the Great Cataclysm. The magma had solidified, but there was still a thick layer of volcanic ash. In the center of the ruins, the Dragon King's palace where he held a city council meeting. The black stone buildings had been cleaned up, and hundreds of tall and luxurious chairs were placed in the palace. The chairs were arranged in concentric rings. They had all been Dragon King's seats, and the tallest and most luxurious ones were the 14 thrones that belonged to the 14 Fire Peak families in the inner ring. At this moment, Night Lion occupied one of them. Around him there were dozens of figures shrouded in shadows. Some of them were stronger than giants, while others were as short and deformed as dwarves. Some of them were as handsome as gods, while others did not look human at all. They were like monsters that had walked out of hell. Of course, more of them were like Night Lion and Lalo, half human, half beast. Ha ha ha, human is such a clever term. A centaur god with the height of a dwarf and a horse's hooves and a horse's tail flipped through the book in his hand and laughed until he fell over. "Scholar, you're not making things up this time. You're Pew the Maiden of Light, that silly woman." Without waiting for Night Lion to explode, Lalo took out a few booklets and threw them on the table. He said calmly, "Bakran, before you gloat, take a look at your own biography." Night Lion restrained his anger and picked up a book out of curiosity. He flipped open the preface and laughed out loud. "Being a dwarf is the punishment of the gods. Then whose joke is Bakran? Scholar, you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. I'm going to slaughter the city of knowledge." Bakran roared angrily. Chapter 1004. The pale holy child crushed the book in his hand and turned to Yeshur with a cold gaze. "Let's go and slaughter the city of knowledge." "I don't dare to go to the Westeros," Yeshur said honestly. The horseshoe military god's expression turned ugly. "Are you going to let the scholar slander us? Do you know how the mortals will view us after this kind of book is spread? Do you still want your dignity as a god? Why are you so agitated? It's not just the two of you." Shadow Demon Lalo raised a big bundle of books in his hand and said indifferently, "Almost everyone has a copy. The City of Knowledge has written biographies of people. Overall, it's quite objective. It's all well-known deeds and comments on human values. I never knew you were so easy to talk to. Were you scared by that woman? A shadow with octopus tentacles sneered. You have guts. Go to the Westeros and destroy the City of Knowledge, Lalo said coldly. The octopus monster snorted but didn't agree impulsively. The dwarf military god suggested, the City of Knowledge is at the edge of the Westeros. We'll quietly approach from the Summer Sea and then attack the old town. You guys help me hold the line. I'll rush into the City of Knowledge at lightning speed and immediately retreat after releasing the Plague Domain. What do you think? It's foolproof. We can steal a wave. We can't let the mortals trample on the dignity of the gods. Why don't we go now? Not only the City of Knowledge but also the old town. In the hall, demonic shadows gathered and were eager to try. Yishur shook his head with a bitter smile and said loudly, everyone, what are we doing now? The evil gods were stunned and puzzled. We're waiting here for the Dragon Queen to enter the ambush, the dwarf military god said slowly. Overall, Akuan's plan is very successful. He let the priest indirectly expose the god's request for the Dragon Queen. The mortals are afraid of the god's power and the zombie disaster hanging above their heads. They'll definitely force Dany and Rhys to obey the heavens. In fact, the public opinion has already turned against them. Without our instigation, the Pentosians took the initiative to sit quietly in front of the Holy Church, asking Dany Rhys to consider the big picture and follow the will of heaven. Among the 14 thrones, a Red Bull demon pointed at the books on the ring-shaped black stone table and sighed. If it weren't for these books, the cities that built the Templar would have commoners coming to the Templar to show their might. At that time, Dany Alice would definitely be under a lot of pressure. As if she was sitting on pins and needles. She would feel aggrieved and vomit 3 liters of blood, but there was nothing she could do. In the end, the pressure and grievance in her heart will push her to find ways to increase her strength, and then step into the Smoke Sea's ambush. Unfortunately, the pressure has already formed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have arranged for the City of Knowledge to write these books. Yishur waved his hand and said in a low voice, because of Akuan's plan, Dany Lissy could come to the Misty Sea at any time. That's why we gathered together to ambush her. Then, by the same logic, she had the City of Knowledge print books that slander the gods. Could it be that she was also waiting for the gods in the old town who were blinded by anger? The gods' expressions froze and they all fell silent. Shadow Devil Lalo said, we can remember the vengeance of the scholar. With the memories and lifespan of us gods, there will always be a chance for revenge. Now there are 2 key points. First, when will Dany Lissy come to the Misty Sea? Second, how should we deal with the disaster of the living dead in Ursos? Akuan, you're the best at concealing fate. Dany Lissy shouldn't have noticed that your priest was lying, right? Yishur looked at the Red Minotaur. Red Bull Akuan smiled foolishly and said, my priest wasn't lying at all. I was the one who was lying. After that time, the bishop of the Outer Holy Church even became Bull Ben's good friend. My talent is to confuse right and wrong. As long as the gods here don't betray me, Dany Lissy won't be able to sense the malice behind my simple smile when she sees me. Did Dany Lissy try to rope you in? You're one of the few powerful gods who didn't join the Righteous Alliance, the tentacle demon asked. Akuan's smile disappeared and he shook his head regretfully. I've been waiting for her to rope me in, but she doesn't even seem to want to see me. However, the Outer Holy Church has always been on good terms with my Red Bull Church. After the fall of the Island of Gods, the 7 Holy Knights even went to the Red Bull Temple a few times. Bull Ben also reached a verbal agreement with Stellan. Whether Dany Lissy falls for it or not, we'll see in a while. In any case, I'm trying to create a neutral and aloof image. I can't take the initiative to get close. How long do we have to wait? An evil god on the 14th throne sighed. It's her destiny to go to the Misty Sea and merge with Balerion. Let's wait patiently. She'll come in 2 years at most, Lalo said in a low voice. 2 years, Yishur nodded and wondered. It's been almost 2 months since the incident at the School of Black and White. Why is there only a corpse tied in Bravos? The people of Ursos in the other cities have endured for 2 months and can't hold on any longer. Or is this Frost God's plan to force the humans to collapse and take them down in one go? A humanoid evil god on the Dragon King's throne outside the 14th throne stood up and said, according to the confession of faceless one Jiakuan, who was captured by Qizong, Frost God didn't plan to attack Ursos immediately. He's waiting for the long night to come. When the north wind stops and the river freezes, then he'll attack. It'll probably take another 2 years. Waiting for the world to stop falling and for the temperature to drop to the lowest point? Yishur pondered. That's reasonable. At that time the power of the other ghosts and Frost God will reach their peak. However, I've tried to find out the whereabouts of the faceless ghosts and found nothing. That's not normal. The pale holy child frowned. That's strange. I've been sending my will to the high priest and searching around the temple, but I didn't find a single faceless ghost. Lalo's expression changed. Me too. The believers pray at the temple every day, and even the priests are worried. But after I sent my will, I didn't find any trace of the faceless ghosts. I thought they were avoiding the Red God Temple. Me too. The big shots on the 14th throne looked at each other and realized that things were getting out of control. Maybe we can't just watch anymore. At least control the situation in Bravos. Lalo said with a serious expression. Yishur nodded. Let's see how Frost God reacts by attacking the other ghosts in Bravos. At worst, it'll be the same as the last era, where the human kingdoms will be wiped out. Red Bull Akuan looked at Yishur in confusion. Didn't your son's Dawn Kingdom drown in the tide of zombies during the last long night? Yishur shook his head. The fall of every demigod kingdom happened right under our noses. The destruction of the demigod era was foreseen by the gods from the beginning. The focus now is not on how many people died in Ursos or how many cities fell. I don't care if all the mortals die, but we can't let things get out of the control of the gods. Yishur is right. We don't care how serious the disaster is, or how the long night ends, but everything must be under the control of the gods. The handsome demon god in human form said. The gods discussed for a while and finally made a decision. First, they would increase the support of their priests' divine arts. They would attack the grass in Bravos and the snakes of Frost God. Secondly, they would choose a group of demigods who were good at movement and reconnaissance from the periphery of the alliance. They would scout for the movements of the other ghosts around the city-states. But when selecting the scouts, the gods ran into a problem. Gods who were proficient in flying, stealth, and tracking had become extremely rare. There were hundreds of gods and demons, but not even 10 qualified scouts could be selected. If Qizong hadn't killed so many gods along the way, this mission would have been very simple. Lalo said regretfully. The gods who were good at movement and stealth had all gone to hunt Tyrion, only to be slapped to death by Qizong's holy mother god Palm. This was especially the case when Rhys set up an ambush. A large group of gods and devils with the ability to fly quickly followed Tessa. In the end, Qizong summoned the Holy Mother, and with the first flame domain, more than 10 extremely fast evil gods were burned to ashes. Just the word miserable was enough to describe it. Hearing Hiller mention Qizong, an evil god among the 14 thrones whose eyes flickered with tiny bolts of lightning, asked curiously, after coming to the Smoke Sea, we haven't heard any news of Qizong. What has he been doing recently? Has the message team arrived at the barren land? They've been here for almost a month, an evil god replied. No more gods to stop them, the lightning-eyed evil god asked. Yishur explained after Myrthea's death. There have been gods following the message team. Every time the dwarf went out alone, there would be gods who couldn't resist the temptation of the demigod blood. Especially after the battle with me, Danny Leesy's Song of Fire's first flame characteristic was confirmed. Those gods who wanted to break through almost went crazy. At this point, Yishur couldn't help but sneer. They didn't even think about how Myrthea died. The dwarf was obviously fishing. After suffering a few losses, no more gods fell for it. Yishur's expression became complicated. When the message team left Dragonstone Island, everyone said that they would never think of the barren land, or even leave the narrow sea. Now, Qizong and his disciple have slapped everyone in the face. Not only did they reach their destination safely, but they were also unharmed. It's indeed unbelievable. Horseshoe War God said helplessly. The difficulties and obstacles along the way forged the supreme reputation of the 7 gods. 3 emperors, 18 temples, 36 rebel kings, 72 smoke roads, 108 mountains, and 200 dukes formed a huge allied army that was approaching the barren land. Even Emperor Bo wanted to remove Qizong's title of imperial preceptor. However, when Qizong's battle achievements came, the rebel army began to hesitate. Emperor Bo also issued 3 imperial edicts. The first one conferred Qizong the title of imperial preceptor. The second one called him imperial preceptor and imperial preceptor. The third one was even more exaggerated. Emperor Bo gave Qizong the title of Wanzong Great Sacred Master, meaning the sacred master of many supernatural powers. Wanzong Great Sacred Master? Even Danny Lisi can't bear this title. What virtue and ability does Qizong have? How can the supernatural sects of the barren land tolerate it? How can we tolerate it? The lightning-eyed demon god was furious. His body crackled, flickering with blue and white lightning. That's right, no one could endure it. When Qizong received his title in the Yidu Imperial Palace and became a legitimate great sacred master, the rebel army that had originally retreated actually once again majestically surrounded the Yidu. Right now, Qizong is also fighting with the 3 imperial preceptors of the rebel army. Yi Shi said with a strange expression, "Why did 3 more imperial preceptors come?" The lightning-eyed demon god frowned. The 3 imperial preceptors of the rebel army are called Great God Lion, Great God Horse, and Great God Ox. Chapter 1005. The teaching team stayed in Shamiliana for half a month, searching for traces of deviant ghost babies and ghouls. They didn't find the little deviant ghosts, the living dead also nowhere to be seen. However, through the guidance of Jia Kuan's departed spirit, Qizong and his disciples found tens of thousands of undead corpse ghosts in an extremely hidden cave. Jia Kuan, who summoned them, died, and the ghouls collapsed on the ground, turning back into corpses. They couldn't be summoned again. The more deviant ghost babies there are, the more powerful the god of cold is. Moreover, he can help a certain faceless person block the prophecy of the gods. I have been very careful, hiding the ghouls in caves, under the ice of creeks, and even in the coastal waters where the tide is mild. Jia Kuan explained. With the god of cold being so cautious, it was no wonder that the gods couldn't find traces of the faceless deviant ghosts. After burning the corpses in the cave, the teaching team searched for a few days, but they didn't find any traces of the living dead. After that, Qizong and his disciples went south to Furious Roar City, building a sacred hall in the western city of Jade Sea. Without much delay, they arrived at Thunder Island in Jade Sea. Thunder Island was in the south of Barren Land, which was probably the geographical relationship between the Celestial Empire and Dazed Bay. The Queen of Thunder Island had received a favor from the Dragon Queen in her early years. The Dragon Queen provided the Brandon Evil Suppression Formation to help Kuei Shi and other wizards seal the Whispers of Evil God in the underground palace. Moreover, the Queen of Thunder Island's royal husband came from Barren Land's Bu family. Qizong and his disciples lived a peaceful life for half a month. The reason why they stayed on Thunder Island for so long was also Tyrion's idea. He wanted to watch the fire burning on the other side of the river and understand the current political situation in Jade Sea and Barren Land. Soon he received a piece of good news. Because Master Qizong killed demons and devils along the way, the rebel army began to retreat. Not only did the 200 warlords set up camp 100 kilometers away from Barren Land, they also avoided Barren Land's sphere of influence and began to scatter to the southern counties to steal food and occupy territory. The reason why the rebel army went south to Barren Land was that the position of state teacher was too hateful. Also, the night was long and the north was hard. They planned to hide in the rich south for winter. This was similar to the 18 warlords of Eastern Han Dynasty. Upholding the Han Dynasty and suppressing the traitor Dong Zhuo were just slogans. Making a name for himself and vying for the throne of the Central Plains were the most important. When Dong Feifei moved the capital to Chang'an, when the imperial jade seal was taken out from the well by Sun Jian, when the dignity of the Liu family was trampled into the mud in public, other than the hot-blooded boss Chao, none of the vassals in the alliance had the intention to kill Dong Fuan. Now that 200 dukes had rebelled, the Bo family had long lost the support of the people and the righteousness of the dynasty. The only area they controlled was Yidu. It just so happened that Qizong was fiercer than Lu Bu. The dukes felt that it was not worth it to fight to the death. Thus, the barbarian lords began to learn from the Guangdong lords. You cut off my army's rations, I stole your camp, I annexed your army, you killed my lord. If they had heard this news at any other time, the mission team would have been as overjoyed as the Bo family. Actually, when Qizong and the others first learned of this matter, they indeed let out a long sigh of relief. The dwarf even went with the hunting dog to the Passion Garden to have some fun. But soon the Dragon Queen sent an order. Do not let the 200 vassals fall into a chaotic battle. When the dwarf first heard this, he thought that his sister had gone mad. You still lack the big picture, you can't distinguish between the main and secondary conflicts. The happiest ones in barbarian lands are the deviant ghosts. The happier you are now, the more terrible you will be in the future. The Dragon Queen's words woke them up. The dwarf was the first to react. First of all, the 200 dukes were the strongest human army in Jade Sea. If they ran out of internal strife, who would deal with the zombie horde in the future? Secondly, the barbarians were used to burials. The dukes who died in battle had the right to build tombs. Ordinary soldiers and refugees would be buried in a mass grave and covered with a thin layer of soil. This was a blood transfusion for the deviant ghosts. With this, the barbarian lands would definitely fall. If the barbarian lands fell, the Jujesnai plains to the north of the barbarian lands would not be able to escape. The problem was that the barbarian lands and the Jujesnai plains were not completely sealed islands. Across the Bone Mountains and to the west was the Centaur's Dothraki Plains. To the southeast and southwest was the Jade Sea city-state. It could be said that once the barbarian lands exploded, the entire Jade Sea would be doomed. In the end, the zombie horde would migrate from the east to the west, dragging the entire world into hell. The Dragon Queen's current status was constantly rising, and the height from which she looked at things was also increasing. Unknowingly, she had already adapted and was working hard to fulfill her duties as a savior. Thus, she ordered Emperor Bu, do your best to provoke the 200 northern dukes and have them unite as one to resist the Bu family. Thus, Emperor Bu issued 3 edicts in a row, and Qizong's status rose again and again. When Qizong became the great saint master of myriad sects, he issued a proclamation in all directions, requesting all the transcendents of barbarian lands to gather in barbarian capital and sign the investiture of the gods. The 200 dukes could not remain calm. They united once again and continued the unfinished journey of purging the emperor's subordinates. How did the East travel scriptures become the investiture of the gods? The barbarian land situation is different from that of Westeros. In Westeros, inheritance is based on the family, and will not change for 10,000 years. Every power is a large family with a long history. In barbarian lands, families are mostly attached to a certain religion or school of transcendence, and then pass it down generation after generation in the form of a sect. After the end of the last era's Dawn Empire, the Golden Celestial Empire began. However, the Celestial Empire is not a single dynasty. From the first generation's Grey Dynasty to the current Azure Dynasty, there have been a total of 10 dynasties changing. Thus, the noble families of barbarian lands have always been changing, and only the religions of the gods and the sects with heritage continue as before. The Dragon Queen explained in the glass candle. The dwarf suddenly understood. The sects of barbarian lands are equivalent to the Westeros counts and marquises. The 200 dukes' rebel army are essentially 200 sects? The Dragon Queen nodded. The purpose of the investiture of the gods lies in this. By unifying the transcendence forces of barbarian lands, the chaos in barbarian lands can be quickly quelled. After experiencing so many things, Dany was extremely disgusted with the gods who did not care about the big picture, forgot righteousness for profit, and acted recklessly. Now she somewhat thought she understood Hongjun ancestors' feelings when he handed the investiture of the gods to the saint of primordial origin. The gods had committed a mortal calamity and were punished with death. They needed a great purge to eliminate the incorrigible trash. Then, they would choose a group of their own from the remaining obedient people to establish a supervision system for the Transcendence realm. Perhaps they could create a heavenly court of Dany Hautian? The heavenly court was too far away, it was just a dream. However, barbarian lands was on the brink of a zombie-tide crisis. They needed to establish a united front against the ghosts as soon as possible, especially the power of the Transcendence realm. First, let the 200 rebellious vassals understand the danger they are in. Deviant ghosts will not negotiate with the living. If they agree to join the united front against the ghosts, they will sign a sacred oath in the investiture of the gods. From then on, the entire sect and even the armies of the dukes supported by the sect will be under the leadership of Qizong. Should I give Qizong a barbarian name? His original name is Matthew. Mazia. When the long night is over, Mazia will open the investiture of the gods. According to the contributions and hard work, the person who signed the contract will be given an official position and land. The title will be hereditary and live as long as the heavens. The dynasty will change, but the title will not change. If they resist the will of the heavens and are unwilling to sign the investiture of the gods, they will be declared a traitor and their sect will be exterminated. This was the order that the Dragon Queen gave to the teaching team. It was very awkward. The 200 dukes did not really believe in the faceless deviant ghosts. They thought that Mazia was deliberately using deviant ghosts to scare them. Then, the news of the zombie tide in Bravos came. The dukes who were backed by the evil god church also received the news from the gods to increase their vigilance. Although the dukes were shocked and fearful, they still opposed Mazia's title of Thousand Sect Great Saint Masta, and were even more against signing the investiture of the gods. Later on, some dukes were worried that deviant ghosts would sneak up on their homes. They started to reorganize their army and prepared to return home. Some dukes were worried that the north was not safe, so they persuaded their allies to take over barbarian lands. They used barbarian lands with high walls and deep cities as a stronghold to defend against the incoming zombie tide. Even if things did not go well, they could still take a boat from barbarian lands to the south to Thunder Island. For a moment, the 200 dukes who did not have the same thoughts fell into chaos again. However, this time, the chaos was quelled quickly because the northern dukes had an alliance leader. The alliance leaders of the three great emperors came out to mediate. They immediately unified their thoughts and suppressed the injustice. Just like the dukes of Guangdong during the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, as long as Yuan Benchu and his brother did not mess around, it was not difficult to maintain the stability of the alliance. Even if they could not be convinced by reason, they could still be convinced by force. The three great emperors first made a request to the Bo family. They could establish a united front against the ghosts. However, this was the internal affairs of barbarian lands and had nothing to do with the barbaric monks in the land of the setting sun. If they chased away the teaching team and abolished the Seven Gods Church, they would cooperate to fight the ghosts. At this time, the teaching team had already arrived at barbarian lands. Qizong was the chief bishop of barbarian lands, the teacher of the emperor, the state teacher, and the great saint master of Thousand Sect. He was definitely a bug in the religious field. As prime minister of the barons, Tyrion held the reins of government and enjoyed the standard treatment of a traitor. His presence in court is unknown, his name unknown, and his sword in court. Within the Holy See, Sangze was training a newly formed team of 5,000 warrior sons. In the imperial court, Hound was also the general of ghost resistance and the commander of barbarian lands. Varys returned to his old profession and became the chief of intelligence. He set up the East and West factories. The East factory supervised the civil and military officials, while the West factory strictly controlled the common people. Even Bo Tianzi had to respectfully address him as factory master. Varys was the illegitimate son of Targaryen, and was a relative of the Dragon Queen. There were rumors that factory master Varys had secretly set up the rearguard commandery, which was responsible for collecting external information. The members of the rearguard commandery were mostly nobles. They were the second and third sons who did not have the right to inherit. They were used to wearing brocade robes, so they were also known as the brocade guards. There were also people who refuted that the commander of the brocade guards was not factory master, but the horse-faced girl, horse-faced Reaper Arya. There were also people who said that this was not contradictory. Factory master and horse-faced Reaper each set up a rearguard commandery. The commander of the brocade guards was horse-faced Reaper. The other rearguard commandery was called Bird's Nest, which specialized in domesticating little birds. The people who put forward this point of view quickly provided evidence. Why was Arya Stark called Horse-Faced Reaper? Firstly, of course, it was because of her long horse face. Secondly, Miss Arya killed people like scything flax just like the Reaper. All kinds of transcendence and sex could operate openly in the barbarian land. As the capital of the barbarian land, there were even more religions in the barbarian land. They were as messy as cattle lice. The imperial court's power was weak, and it had completely lost control over transcendence and transcendence. Horse-faced Reaper was in charge of managing the transcendence affairs in the barbarian land. As long as the transcendents committed crimes such as breaking the law, not being disciplined, operating without a license or preaching, they would be killed by the brocade guards led by her at night. When the civilians of the barbarian land went out, they would see brocade guards traveling at night. When they woke up at night, they would often see a black shadow flashing across the roofs. It was said that it was the horse-faced girl holding a giant scythe. She led the brocade guards to leap over roofs and vault over walls. She was either on the way to kill people or on the way back after killing people. The barbarian land's politics, religion, intelligence, and army were almost all controlled by the scripture-passing squad. How could Prince Bu agree to the rebel emperor's request to chase away Qizong? Since he could not chase away the scripture-passing squad, the duke settled for the next best thing, which was to fight with Qizong outside the barbarian land. The competition was divided into literary and martial competitions, with a total of 6 rounds. The competition topics were provided by the 3 great gods, and then Qizong would choose one of them. For example, great god Niuli wanted to compete with Qizong in the art of controlling the weather. He proposed rain, sleet, clear skies, hail, fog, and other weather competitions. Then Qizong chose the most difficult one, praying for rain. Now that the temperature was below -20 degrees, artificial rain was definitely more difficult than other weather events. Because under normal circumstances, rain would not fall at all. Under the effect of the cold air, the water vapor in the air would quickly condense into snowflakes. After great god Niuli killed 2 adult virgins, a man and a woman, he stood on the high platform and jumped up. In a moment 100,000 people cried out in alarm. Black clouds surged in the sky, and it actually started to rain. What is the background of Red Bull Akuin? Danny looked at the sky and said in surprise, the laws of physics are simply eaten by dogs. The temperature is so low, the air pressure is constant, and the water without any additives doesn't freeze. Kueishi said, gods will not casually change their divinity and priesthood. Akuin of Edu City is the same as Akuin of Free Trade City. They are both gods of animal husbandry whose doctrines are more in line with human values. Humans sacrifice white heifers to Akuin, praying that their own female animals can produce more cubs. Danny frowned and said, Akuin's doctrines are barely in line with my 3 views. Some cultivators have suggested that the 7 Gods Church can form an alliance with Red Bull Akuin. What do you think? If you have the confidence to control Akuin, no matter what his real thoughts are, you can use him. Otherwise, you have to be vigilant against any demon god, Kueishi said. Actually, Danny's expression was strange. I will not completely trust a demon god. I am considering to contact Akuin to encourage him to be a spy in the Alliance of Justice and Order. Kueishi thought for a moment and said, you can try. I have seen an unconfirmed secret in the archives of the Necromancer Association. Akuin may have a special talent in hiding cause and effect. Maybe he can be a good spy. Does he have a priesthood in controlling the weather? Danny asked. Kueishi looked at Niuli, who was strolling in the rain, and said, all gods can control the weather to a certain extent. The key is that Niuli is a very special person. Other than the Red Bull priest, he is also a Cloud Realm wizard who specializes in controlling the weather. Today he only borrowed Akuin's divine power. He can use the rain-praying technique, but it is his own ability. After a short pause, she introduced great god Niuli. His name is Niu Rong. He is highly valued by Buxiong. He is a great wizard who can be called a national treasure. A few years ago, he sacrificed 64 pairs of virgin boys and girls to Akuin, summoning a heavy rain that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The northern land that had been dry for 2 years was thus restored to production. It was also that heavy rain that caused the Grey Plague in Kuin Prefecture thousands of miles away. It lasted for 4 years and spread hundreds of kilometers around. Hundreds of thousands of people died because of it. It was not until your black dragon came to Edu that the plague was completely stopped. Witchcraft is a sword without a handle. It is safest when it is not used. Once used, it is easy to hurt others and oneself. While Kueishi was lamenting, she saw Dragon Queen's mouth bulging into a big bun. And then she blew hard. The spiritual projection couldn't even blow the thatch on the ceiling, but the wind suddenly blew in the sky. The wind didn't blow in a fixed direction. The wind from all directions rushed to the same place. The sky above the rain-praying platform. The clouds moved with the wind. The dark clouds were like a wet sponge. The sponge with a radius of a few kilometers crowded above Niu Li's head. A giant hand seemed to appear in the sky, holding the sponge and squeezing it hard. The water in the sponge fell like a waterfall. The water volume increased sharply, and the drizzling rain immediately turned into uncontrollable hail. It was at least the size of a fist, and the largest was even the size of a small car. The volume of the rain was too large, and even the Cloud Realm wizard couldn't keep all the fresh water liquid. Niu Li was stunned at first, but soon his head was smashed and bleeding. He covered his head and fled like a rat. The hail seemed to have grown eyes and chased after him. The surrounding audience was shocked and inexplicably surprised. Kueishi hurriedly said, "Niu Rong is an honest elder, don't kill him. Also, you're looking for Akuan to be a spy in the Justice Alliance. Look at his calm expression when he sacrificed living people. It's obvious that this isn't the first time he's done it. What kind of honest elder is he?" Danny said this, but the hand that was squeezing the sponge loosened. "Sai, according to your standards, every barbarian wizard is guilty and should be killed." Kueishi sighed. "That's why we need to sign the investiture of the gods and set up an official organization to supervise the actions of extraordinaires." Danny took the opportunity to promote her investiture of the gods. Kueishi was also firmly against the idea of enlistment. "Isn't the reason we strive to pursue extraordinary power to be more detached and free?" The shadow-binding knight refused again. "That's not up to you," Danny said. Niu Li was carried down. Everyone in the barbarian imperial court cheered. But the vassals were furious. They cursed Qizong for stabbing them in the back and being a hypocrite. Well, seeing Niu Li bleeding profusely, Qizong's merciful heart was triggered. He walked up to the vassal's seat and suggested using the holy healing art to treat Niu Li's injuries. Not only that, he even apologized sincerely. "It's all my fault. I chose such a difficult competition, causing Grand Preceptor Niu Li to lose control of his magic power. The night is long and the weather is cold. It's too difficult for the Grand Preceptor to summon rain. But I want to win. Only by setting up a united front against ghosts can we save Barbarian. So I'm sorry, I can only choose to pray for rain, which is easy for me." "Hypocrite, shameless. That gust of wind just now wasn't summoned by you?" Boson said angrily. "I swear it really wasn't me." Qizong waved his hand. "There's divine power in the wind. It carries the aura of your spirit." Boson sneered. "It has my divine power, but it has nothing to do with me. The Holy Mother has always been watching the entire world with benevolent eyes. She borrowed my power to summon the wind," Qizong said seriously. "Ba masked evil monk. Ba masked evil monk. Ba masked evil monk." Under everyone's spittle, Qizong helplessly retreated. Then he used a palm to sweep away the clouds and raise a palm to burn the sky. He clenched the sponge, and the fire burned the hail, turning it into a downpour. Just like Qizong said, it was extremely simple for him. This is the legendary Holy Mother Divine Palm? While the 100,000 spectators were stupefied, they also felt reverence for Qizong. Even the vassals no longer scolded him. They all muttered inwardly, "Although Qizong is hypocritical, he has true ability. I want to compete with you in prophecy. You can choose any of the good and bad fortune of a person, the change of the weather in the future." Great God Mali looked at Qizong and said sinisterly. Qizong closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He said, "Can I guess things through the board?" Great God Mali sneered and nodded. "That's even better. We'll know the result even faster." This time Danny didn't help Qizong cheat. He cheated himself. When the Zebra Man Moon Singer operated his demonic energy, racking his brains to guess whether it was a peach or an apple in the chest, Qizong's holy soul left his body, turning into an angel. He entered the chest with a whoosh and saw everything inside clearly. However, even if Qizong cheated, it still took him 3 times to defeat Great God Mali. Because the other party had true ability, and Qizong wasn't as cunning as Wukong. He didn't gnaw the peach into a peach pit, nor did he change the gem bracelet of the number 1 courtesan in Edu into a rag. Therefore, in the first 2 matches, Qizong and Great God Mali wrote the same answer on the paper. For the 3rd time, Qizong humbly accepted the dwarf's suggestion. In order to save the world, he should give up his moral integrity. When Great God Mali handed the answer to the referee, Angel Qizong burned the clothes of the red god Little Believer in the wooden chest. Yes, the red robe outside was burned, leaving only the white robe inside. Therefore, Great God Mali's red robe Little Monk guessed wrong. Chapter 1007. Dom. Where are your red robes? Why are you reciting the 7 Stars Bible? Mali was shocked and furious. When the red god saw that his disciple had betrayed his sect, he was even more furious. Saint Master Qizong forced me. The little monk had a long face as he recounted what happened in the box. High priest, if I don't listen to you, Qizong will kill me with the Holy Mother palm. I'm scared. The 8-year-old little monk began to weep. That's not true. I advised him nicely and taught him the need to build a united front against ghosts. I convinced him with virtue and treated him with courtesy. I didn't threaten him with the Holy Mother palm. Really, I swear to the Holy Mother. Faced with everyone's insults and condemnation, Qizong explained anxiously with a pale face. Mali sneered. Qizong, do you think we should believe a masked evil monk like you or an 8-year-old innocent child? Child, why are you so bad? Deceiving. Before Qizong could finish lamenting, the little monk shrunk his neck and shouted, Saint Master Qizong, don't hit me. Qizong was agitated. You saw it. I didn't do anything, and this child said I wanted to hit him. What's going on? The red god priest was also puzzled. The little monk Dom pointed at Qizong's right palm in front of his chest and shivered as he said, High priest, that's the starting stance of the Holy Mother palm. Not only do actors perform it in theaters, even beggars on the streets put their palms in front of their chests and shout, Mighty Heavenly Dragon, Holy Mother palm. Also, when he prayed for rain just now, he did the same before he used the Holy Mother palm. Wasn't it obvious? What was more terrifying than this silent threat? Anyway, the child was scared to tears. Qizong's expression froze. He retracted his right palm unnaturally and said embarrassedly, Sorry, I'm used to it. My talent is poor, and my speed of understanding divine arts is slow. I can only train hard. However, using the Holy Mother palm consumes a lot of divine power. In order not to waste it, I can only use the palm against gods and devils while comprehending the technique. Usually, I'll just take the starting stance and won't really hit. Don't worry about me losing control of my palm and injuring the innocent. In the past few months, I've killed more than 50 evil gods consecutively. My Holy Mother divine palm has already reached the threshold. Why are you guys looking at me like that? The little monk shrank behind the red-robed high priest like a little mouse. High priest red god's eyes were unfocused, and his body trembled as he retreated step by step. Mali, who was filled with righteous indignation, immediately shut his mouth. With a frightened and vigilant expression, he staggered back to his team. Even the spectators around the battle platform, the 200 vassals and their armies, and even the Azure Imperial Court that was cheering for Qizong on E-Capital's side all fell silent, looking at Qizong in fear. Sigh, since you've already said that, then let's consider this your win. Seeing that he was surrounded by his own people, Mali finally regained his courage to look Qizong in the eye and talk to him. Master Mali, you are too modest. Qizong returned the greeting in a daze. Qizong is so shameless. He threatened all of us in front of 100,000 people, and still pretended to be innocent. Jahada, the zebra beside Mali, whispered. He's already so powerful, yet he's still so shameless. Qizong is terrifying. Emperor Chai of the Yellow Dynasty sighed. Although Mali and the 3 traitors were forced to admit defeat, the 200 vassals were too big. Some of the vassals at the back and the side did not see what happened clearly. They were only sure that Qizong had cheated and threatened the little monk red god. Qizong is shameless. He used deception. This is a competition of prophecies. He can't use other methods. That made sense. The purpose of guessing was to test Qizong and Mali's prophecy abilities. Mali did not cheat. He used his true abilities to predict the item in the box. However, Qizong used his undetectable saint soul to enter the box to observe. This went against the original purpose of the prophecy competition. Qizong was a true honest monk. When he heard the vassal's accusations, his face flushed red. He could not speak. He could only place his right palm before his chest and bow repeatedly in apology. I did use a trick in this competition. It's really walala. The vassals in front of him retreated in fear. Master Qizong, you're not wrong. This competition is guessing. Using the soul to peek at fate is also considered a skill. The dwarf could not stand it anymore. He jumped off the prime minister's chair and pulled down Qizong's right hand. He said loudly, both sides were indeed competing in prophecy. However, Yongli could only guess the person and item in the box. He did not even predict that my master's saint soul could leave his body. He's an angel, everyone knows. He even performed the divine art of turning into an angel in front of countless believers on the platform of the great cathedral of Baylor. Unfortunately, Yongli did not know such important information. What's there to boast about this kind of prophecy that is useless in the face of great things but effective in small games? The real prophecy is the interference of fate. The gods you believe in were killed by Qizong's master with a single palm strike. Countless of your fates were easily rewritten by him. He doesn't even know about it, nor does he care. You idiots traveled thousands of miles and hundreds of thousands of people to the outskirts of Barbarian City, but you completely ignored the other ghost that changed the fate of Barbarian City. At this moment, your prophecy is not worth a fart. When he said this, the entire place fell silent. Everyone was furious, but they had to admit that there was nothing wrong with the dwarf's words. Mali was the most powerful moonchanter in the Jujesnai Plains. He was also one of the most powerful prophets in the world. However, he could not predict the existence and movements of the other ghosts. Of course, it could not be said that his prophecy was completely useless. Under the premise that there was no interference from outsiders, he could predict the weather, natural disasters, the future of a country, the fate of a king. Yes, the premise was that no one interfered. If Qizong did not know how to leave his body with his saint soul, he would not have lost this match. The Dragon Queen gently plucked the strings of fate. The outcome of Mali's prophecy would be completely different from reality. The third person to take the stage, Lionly, proposed to compete with Qizong in determination. Hence, Qizong chose to abstain from food and pray, which he was best at. On the two diagonal corners of the dueling platform were two oak pillars. They were 5 meters tall and as thick as a bull's mouth. The two masters stood on top of them in the posture of a golden rooster. If they were tired, they could change legs. However, they had to recite their respective churches' scriptures at all times. This time no one cheated. Due to Qizong's shocking methods before the duel, Lionly requested for both parties to swear a holy oath. Neither of them would use any tricks to interfere with the other, nor could they use any divine arts to enhance themselves. It was a true battle of wills. After a day and a night, 90% of the crowd around the dueling platform had left. Even Danny was bored. I didn't expect the evil god priest's meditation technique to be so good, Kueishi said. His name is Blackstone, a dark sorcerer. He walks barefoot in the eastern land of darkness all year round. I heard that he once spent 10 years measuring the limits of the land of darkness. When he returned, he was like a skeleton that crawled out of a grave. He was thin and dry, but his mental power was so condensed that it was almost tangible. He was the one with the most hope of becoming a demigod in the past 100 years. Alright, you might not feel anything about this at all. Sighing helplessly, the shadow-binding knight said. Someone asked him what he saw in the dark world. He said that he saw infinity. After that, he started to believe in the Night Lion of Darkness. Even though he was in a high position and became the chief priest of the Night Lion, he still lived like an ascetic monk. Look, it's been a day and a night, but he's still so calm. I suspect that he can derive great pleasure from hunger, thirst, and fatigue. Sigh, such an outstanding person should have converted to the 7 gods. It's such a pity that he chose to be a thief. The Holy Mother Danny shook her head regretfully. You should pay more attention to this duel. Qizong is in danger. Kueishi said calmly. I notice that you're not anxious at all? Danny asked curiously. Why should I be anxious? The shadow-binding knight sneered. I said that no one likes your investiture of the gods, including me. It's obvious that you should like it. Based on our old friendship, I won't mistreat you. Kueishi said helplessly. The idea of unifying the transcendent world is not realistic at all. Danny sighed. Do you think I care about Qizong's victory or defeat? If you don't care, will you help him cheat? You don't understand. The barbarian duel is more like a game to satisfy my bad taste. It's good if he wins, but if he doesn't, I'll accept this fate, Danny said with a strange expression. If you don't care, why did you create the hated investiture of the gods? Kueishi asked suspiciously. Kueishi, do you know one of your flaws? Danny asked. I'm not perfect. I have many flaws, Kueishi said casually. You're too petty. Kueishi couldn't be bothered anymore. She said angrily, how am I petty? Your vision has always been limited to one person, one family, one sect, one city, one country. You're used to only thinking about solving problems after you encounter them. For example, on the investiture of the gods, your vision only focuses on personal gains and losses. Have you never thought that barbarian lands really had other choices? If barbarian land's transcendence didn't unite under me, would you be able to survive? Do you know why I don't care about the outcome of this duel? It's because the one who benefits the most from the outcome of the duel has never been me, but you, barbarians. If you're willing to submit to me obediently under Qizong's leadership, there's still a 30% chance of surviving this long night. If you continue to be hostile to Qizong and the investiture of the gods, I dare to guarantee that barbarian lands will be destroyed. Those who oppose the investiture of the gods will all die. Those who live to the next era will all be my people. The world will naturally be at my mercy. This is also the reason why the gods formed the righteous alliance. They aren't willing to sit and wait for death. Kueishi's expression changed several times. In the end, she remained silent. 3 days later, the duel was still going on, but there weren't many spectators left. Danny also retracted her consciousness and focused on the study of space-time law. Her main focus was still on spatial divine arts. Spatial talent was the polarity of Song of Wind. Therefore, she was actually cultivating Song of Wind. Cultivating Song of Fire was beneficial to saving the world. But before saving the world, she had to save herself first. At this point, Danny, who had gradually grasped the spatial polarity of wind, suddenly felt lucky about the choice she made back then. Dorgot's talent was very powerful. It would be very helpful to her in the early stages. But in the later stages, this talent would seem a little repetitive. This was because she was also cultivating Song of Wind. When she cultivated Song of Wind to the limit, she would also walk the same path as Dorgot, comprehending the spatial polarity of Song of Wind. On the other hand, after Blackie obtained Dorgot's talent, it finally turned from a poor student to an ordinary student in the upper middle class. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. Even if it could share Dorgot's talent with Dragon Spirit, comprehending its own spatial polarity would be a waste of time. And in the long night, the most precious thing was time. On the 7th day of the duel between 7 treasures and lion strength, Varus routinely prayed and accumulated divine power. Then he used divine power to train his summoning technique. As usual, because he couldn't control the domineering spatial power, he suffered a backlash from the divine arts. His head was in pain, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Just as he was about to end today's training and find how to treat his injuries, a circle of mysterious blue runes suddenly appeared on the table in front of him. A letter was in the center of the blue circle. I succeeded. Varus felt like he was in a dream. After touching the letter and confirming that it wasn't an illusion, he wiped the blood from his nose. With tears streaming down his face, he choked and said, "Finally, I've become a level 2 Grand Summoner. I can summon physical objects." Danny's spatial mastery had taken a big step forward. She had developed her own spatial divine arts. This is Dragon Queen's handwriting. This letter was summoned from Dragonstone Island? Varys hesitated for a moment before opening the letter. In the next moment his expression changed drastically. There was only a very simple content on the letter. Midsummer Islands have fallen. Millions of people have become ghouls. Chapter 1008. In the summer sea to the south of Westeros, west of Sosro's continent, there was a large group of rich islands, the Midsummer Islands. It could be simply understood as the southern islands of the Song of Ice and Fire world. In the past, almost everyone, including Dany, thought that the safest place in the long night was the Midsummer Islands. Because the Midsummer Islands were far away from Westeros and Essos, surrounded by the sea, unless the deviants swept the world, the tide of the living dead would not affect this peaceful island. Even after the Faceless Deviants incident, many sea merchants of Essos risked going out to sea. They were willing to take the risk of being lost in the dark sea, to go to the Midsummer Islands of the Eternal Night Paradise. Now the people of the world were shocked. The Midsummer Islands, which were thought to be the safest, became the first island to fall. Other than those who left the port in time, there were very few survivors in the Midsummer Islands. The black-skinned Midsummer Islanders were almost wiped out. After the shock, everyone came to a realization. Deviants could not cross the sea, but faceless deviants could disguise themselves and go to any place that humans could reach by boat. Dragon Queen was feeling guilty for her carelessness when the second thunderstorm appeared in the barren land. It's over, it's all over. In the ruins of Valeglia, in the clean and new Dragon King Palace, Lalo covered his face with both hands, looking dispirited, unable to hide the despair in his heart. Are we being too smart this time? Lalo's current form was different from last time. Last time it was the Shadow Devil Lalo with a bull head, snake body and scorpion tail. This time it was the lava giant whose body emitted light and heat. Night Lion shook his head and sighed. The decision to send spies to find the Faceless Deviants was not wrong. The only mistake was bad luck. Bad luck indeed. Red Bull Akuan mumbled. The second corpse ghost outbreak occurred in the Barren Land because Frost God's plan in the Barren Land was exposed. The arrow on the bow had to be shot. At this time, 7 Treasures and Lion God's meditation battle had already lasted for a month. Over the past month, the two of them had not eaten or drunk anything. They had been standing on one leg in the snowstorm that was 20 to 30 degrees below zero, while chanting scriptures non-stop. The two of them did not violate their vows, nor did they use any divine arts to cheat. They relied on their willpower and the power of their souls to hold on. After a month of hard work, both of them were as thin as skeletons. The priestly robes that had been ironed perfectly a month ago now looked like a tattered flag hanging on a bamboo pole. However, they were still persevering. Their mental strength was stable, and it seemed that they could still hold on for a long time. Whether it was the barbarians or the 200 dukes, they were all sincerely convinced by the two masters. They were both respectful and fearful. This wasn't a big deal. Even if the fighting continued for a month, greatly wasting the time the barbarians had to prepare for war. If they didn't fight, the 200 dukes wouldn't listen to Chizong's arrangements, they wouldn't form a united front against ghosts. Unfortunately, the Alliance of Justice and Order was also interested in the barbarian city's fights, so they arranged for the gods to gather information about the faceless deviant ghosts in the barbarian city. The Alliance of Justice and Order did not want to know the results of the battle. They had believers, and they could also descend with their wills. No matter what method they used, they could immediately understand the situation of the battle. The spies' main purpose was to find out about Tyrion's situation. Chizong was outside the city, participating in the Diana battle. I really neglected the Frost God. You're right. We can't let that outsider take advantage of us. Then he had an idea. He laughed sinisterly. Why don't I go to Barren Land and become the savior? While attacking the Frost God and stabilizing the situation, I can also become brothers with Chizong, the savior of the world, and become sworn brothers. Then through Chizong I can get in touch with Dany Rise and then he... Pale Holy Child's eyes lit up. He praised, Akun, you're really good at eating brains. Night Lion and the Dark Demon gods also looked at Red Bull Akun with admiration. Not a bad plan. Unfortunately, I heard it all. A bone chilling will spread from outside the hall. The gods' expressions changed drastically. They stood up in unison. Their god power surged, and all kinds of powerful witchcraft were ready to be unleashed. Don't be nervous. I'm the only one here. Cold mist flowed into the Dragon King's hall with the wind. In the pale white mist, there was a pair of blue eyes that resembled flashlights. As it approached the gods, the mist quickly disappeared like cotton in fire. It revealed the butterfly spirit in the mist. The woman's body had a pair of icy blue butterfly wings with strange patterns. There was also a pair of pink and cute fleshy feelers on her forehead. This was supposed to be a beautiful butterfly fairy. However, her skin was very strange. It was like an African with albinism. It also looked like a poor quality foundation was applied on her black skin. It was powder made from ice shards. Naz, you're not dead. But your statues have cracked. Your believers have lost their divine arts and have lost their sense of you. What's going on? Have you become a god spirit ghoul? Night Lion gulped and spoke with difficulty. I'm dead, but I'm alive again. My almighty lord sang the song of ice and converted all my god power and divinity into the powerful ice attribute. Then, he sang the song of death and I returned from my slumber. I've returned. I'm no longer who I was in the past. Believers and temples are meaningless. Butterfly spirit flapped her wings. Ice shards with a faint blue glow fell and surrounded her body. It was very beautiful. Meaningless. The gods' expressions were unpleasant. I'm afraid this world is meaningless to you? What are you doing here? The world is more meaningful to me now. I'm working hard to build a new world. It's a pity that I'm alone and need your help. The butterfly sprite laughed. Chapter 1009. Did Frost God send you here? How did he know we were in Valeglia? Lalo asked nervously. Isn't that nonsense? Don't you know what happened to Flying Fish after seeing me? Butterfly Fairy laughed. The gods were silent. That day, they sent out a total of 10 gods to inquire about the faceless deviant ghosts. 5 of them went to the western continent of Ursus. The other 5 were supposed to be scattered in the cities of the Jade Sea, but they accidentally encountered Frost God's army. Other than the god with the fastest flying speed who escaped, the remaining 4, including Butterfly Fairy and Flying Fish, were all killed by Frost God. The Alliance of Justice and Order thought that they were completely annihilated. Now it seemed that Frost God had subdued them, and Flying Fish happened to know the Alliance's arrangement in the Smoke Sea. Fuck. Akuin cursed in a low voice. I told you it's better to arrange fewer spies than to send out the gods in the Smoke Sea. You didn't listen. Now the plan is exposed. Sending a few more spies is also to figure out the deviant ghosts' movements earlier. This arrangement was not wrong, but we were too unlucky to encounter Frost God. Night Lion's expression was ugly as he stared coldly at Butterfly Fairy. Why didn't that bastard go to the Westeros to torment Dany Lilith? Why did he come to the barren land to make trouble? The land of the sunset is his only entrance into the world. In the city of Ursus and the Far East barren land, he can only put a hand and half a head through the cracks. What's the use of his will descending? The Alliance of Justice and Order was very strict. All the gods who prepared to ambush Dragon Queen had to stay in the ruins of Valeglia. Except for the big bosses, the other gods were not allowed to go out. The investigation work was supposed to be left to the peripheral members of the Alliance of Justice and Order. They didn't know about the ambush circle in the Smoke Sea, such as Butterfly Fairy. However, Qizhong had killed too many evil gods, and there were not enough gods who were fast, good at investigation and hiding. As a last resort, the Alliance of Justice and Order went to Nass Island and caught the god of harmony who was hiding in winter. Even if they were to recruit strong men and force neutral gods to join the alliance, there was still a lack of manpower in the investigation work. Left with no other choice, the few big bosses of the Alliance of Justice and Order could only risk releasing a few powerful heavenly gods who were on an ambush mission. And then they were defeated. The butterfly elf said, "It's the same as you forming the Justice Alliance. Unfortunately, the Dragon Queen is strong and can't be defeated. His Majesty the Supreme God is blocked in the Westeros, so he can only change his strategy. First take the 4 remote places, and then gather the forces of the four sides to encircle and suppress the center. Supreme God. The pale holy child spat. That is, God is truly shameless. When the long night is eternal, His Majesty the Frost God will be the supreme God. You should work hard to get used to His supreme identity, the butterfly sprite said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. The long night won't last forever. Cold God wants to use the same trick again, but that depends on whether the gods agree or not, Night Lion said coldly. The butterfly sprite smiled faintly and said, in the last long night, you couldn't stop His Majesty the Supreme God. This long night is even fiercer. But you wasted all your energy on the Savior Danny Rise. When two tigers fight, how can you have the power to interfere with us? Night Lion and the other big bosses were hit where it hurt, and their expressions became even worse. The last long night, the situation in the Westeros was somewhat similar to the current situation. Cold God could not break through the defense of the Door God and the three-eyed crow at all. Half of Door God stayed in the community and continued to be the community's security captain, while the other half formed a team with the renovation worker. The latter was then upgraded to a more powerful contractor. Even though only half of Door God stayed in the community, the contractor still couldn't get through the gate. However, with the other half of Door God's help, the contractor could easily find loopholes in the broken wall and interfere with the community's internal affairs. One day, the contractor came up with a good idea. He used the loopholes in the wall to lure a group of community members into becoming loafers. The loafers caused trouble in the community, and the security captain was too tired to deal with them, so the contractor broke into the community. That was what happened during the last long night. At that time, Door God's strength was weak, but he hadn't died yet. Cold God had set the world's first empire, the Kingdom of Dawn, as his primary target. The prince of the Kingdom of Dawn got a piece of black stone that fell from the sky. From it, he realized a set of peerless divine art, and trained himself into a cold and bloodthirsty devil. He first usurped his sister's throne, then directed a bloody chaos that affected the land. Only then did the long night reach its climax. Now Dragon Queen had inherited the position of Door God's security captain. She did a good job and left several footprints on the contractor's face. In desperation, the contractor could only repeat the same trick. The reason why I repeated the same trick is because this strategy can't be cracked, and it works every time. When the land falls and the corpse tide appears all over the world, what can Dany and Rhys do? The door of the Westeros will be opened. This time the Supreme Cold God will come to this world in its entirety. With all his power, he will be unrivaled and unstoppable, the butterfly fairy said with a fanatical expression. You are a butterfly fairy, the Night Lion reminded. You naturally desire dew, morning sun and nectar. The world of ice is purgatory for you. The excitement on the butterfly fairy's powdered black face disappeared. She looked at him with resentment and said, Do I have a choice? My nature is tranquil. I guard a small Nass island and live a small life that stands aloof from worldly affairs. You came to Nass Island and forced me to join the Justice Alliance. If I dare to disobey, I will be beheaded without mercy. It's just because I fly fast and have the help of the butterfly envoys to spread out and gather information. Even Dany and Rhys are not as arrogant as you. She has my believers under her, and has long known that there is a god on Nass Island. After the Justice Alliance was formed, I asked the people of Nass to pray to me and discuss the possibility of forming an alliance. I didn't want to participate in your affairs, so I didn't respond to those believers. When Dany and Rhys understood what I meant, they never bothered me again. What about you? You are not even as good as her evil king. The weak are prey to the strong. You are not qualified to resist my orders, the Night Lion said coldly. The weak are prey to the strong. You are not qualified to resist my lord's orders, the butterfly fairy said sarcastically. What does Frost God want to do? Lalo asked solemnly. The butterfly fairy spread her wings. Her figure was graceful and light. Blue ice crystals surrounded her body like stardust. She turned around and asked with a smile, How am I now? No horns and no scales. Your skin looks like it has psoriasis. It's very ugly, Lalo said honestly. The butterfly fairy touched the ice powder on her face and shook her head. I'm not talking about your appearance. Gods don't care about appearances. You seem to have become a mutant ghost god? The night lion frowned. Your strength has also become stronger, Red Bull said solemnly. Chapter 10:10. 2 years after the long night, the north wind was still howling, but it was much weaker than before. The snow had long stopped because the entire sky was dry and cold. There were no more clouds dropping water vapor. All the rivers in the world were frozen. The Blackwater River, the Mander River, the Trident River, the Honey River, and the Green Blood River in the Westeros were all frozen. The Rhone River in the Ursos continent was also frozen at its source. One day in the future, the human world would have the same temperature as the Great Wall. The north wind would stop completely, and there would be no more sound in the natural world. It would be as quiet as a tomb. In this dark and cold world, Denzel felt like he was a living corpse in a tomb. He had just brought back a basket of tree root bark from outside the city and had missed lunch. He huddled by the fire and numbly gnawed on the hard bread made of tree root flour and bran. As the flames flickered, he seemed to be hearing things. In his days, the voice of old Nan from the harvest hall rang out. People grow up in the cold and die in the cold. They never see the arrival of spring. The king in the castle is no different from the lowest servant. They all freeze to death in the long winter. Mothers kill their children so that they will not be born to suffer. They cry loudly, but their tears freeze on their cheeks. Daddy. His daughter's cat-like cries woke him up from his trance. Denzel looked around him. His sickly father-in-law, his daughter who looked like a stick of reed, and his emaciated wife who had half her chest exposed. Her expression was dull as she allowed her infant to cry. Am I still in a dream? I should be. Otherwise, why would the scene in front of me be exactly the same as in old Nan's story? He mumbled blankly. I'm dreaming. Old Nan's story is too scary. I have nightmares. I can't sleep well. If I doze off while plowing the fields tomorrow, I'll be scolded by the Count, Daddy. His daughter tugged at his sleeve pitifully. Ah! Denzel screamed. He was so shocked that the bread in his hand fell out. His daughter looked at the black and dry bread and gulped. However, she still picked it up sensibly and handed it to her father. Brother is crying, the 9-year-old Dina said softly. There's no milk. Hannah eats tree bark flour every day. There's no milk to feed the child. His father-in-law turned over in the tattered sheepskin bedding and sighed. He was only 50 years old, but he looked like he had lived for 150 years. Once upon a time, his father-in-law's loud voice could make him tremble with fear even from 10 acres away. Now, his voice was so weak that it could not alarm the sparrows on the threshing floor. If there were any sparrows left. Denzel was now fully awake. He did not have nightmares. Instead, he lived in a real world that was even more terrifying than nightmares pintos under the long night. Denzel hastily ran to the outer room and retrieved a large earthen jar from the square table. He threw his black bread into the jar and hesitated for a moment. Then, he bent down and retrieved a bronze key from the 7th floor tile in the southwest corner of the room. He crawled under the square table and uncovered the 8 floor tiles in the center. A window-sized oak door appeared in front of him. He unlocked it with a key, revealing a dark hole under the door. The sallow and emaciated middle-aged man quietly came to the door of the central room and peeked into the courtyard through the crack of the door. It looked like a courtyard house, but the courtyard was long and narrow. There were long rows of houses on both sides, and dozens of families lived there. To be able to live in such a house, one must be above the middle class in Pentos. At least the house belonged to him completely. Most of the freedmen either relied on renting the houses of the princes of trade to survive, or were burdened with mortgages that they would never be able to repay in their lifetime. At that moment the courtyard was dark. The snow had been shoveled away, leaving the ground and sky dark. Only the top of the low chimney of the brick bed and the fireplace could be vaguely seen. Black smoke with tiny sparks rose from it. Without the starving refugees staring at his house, Denzel heaved a sigh of relief. He returned to the square table and burrowed into the dark hole like a groundhog. After about 10 minutes he crawled out again. His hands, which were covered in yellow mud, were holding something. In his left hand was a shriveled apple and a frozen turnip. In his right hand was a piece of black-red smoked meat the size of a cell phone. He carefully washed the turnip, apple and smoked meat, cut them into pieces and placed them into the earthen jar. He filled it with water and carried it into the bedroom. 2 years after the sun went out, the brick bed that Dragon Queen had invented gradually became a standard feature of the surviving families. Everyone was already used to sleeping in a shared bed as a family. If conditions permitted, they would even build a fireplace next to the fire pit. The warmer the house, the slower the hunger. It's not dinner time yet. If we eat now, we'll still be hungry at night, the father-in-law mumbled. Let's eat one more meal today. Eat 3 meals to nourish Hannah's body. Denzel hung the earthen jar on the fireplace before walking to his wife and daughter. He split the remaining apple core into 2, and gave 1/2 to his daughter while stuffing the other half into his wife's mouth. An apple? The little girl Dina was pleasantly surprised. She carefully placed it in her mouth. You went to the cellar to get food again? The middle-aged woman, Hannah, was a little angry. We have tree root noodles now. Although it tastes terrible, it's not like we can't survive. Those fruits are one less fruit after another. We have to leave some for Jamie. Denzel looked at the baby boy in the swaddling clothes and frowned. He's only 6 months old. His teeth aren't even fully grown yet. We'll eat it when he grows up, when he gets married, and when he's a child, his wife said. Denzel was speechless. You're thinking too far ahead. The long night will last for a generation. Perhaps Jamie will never see summer in his lifetime. But at least let him have a taste of the fruits of summer, the woman said sadly. The Dragon Queen only needs 10 years to end the long night. Now that 2 years have passed, there are only 8 years left. How old will Jamie be 8 years later? He'll definitely see summer, Denzel said. The Red God Priestess said that the 7 gods were lying, Hannah said. I believe the Queen's words. Our family is where we are today because of the Queen's grace, Denzel said. Yes, Danny had met him once when she rode the dragon to the Lone River in search of the earth and steel statue. However, Danny had never interacted with him personally. The one who had given him grace was John Clinton. The Red God Priestess isn't the only one who said that. The priests of the other temples also said that. Hannah's expression was hesitant. If the Dragon Queen refuses to comply with the will of heaven, the long night will never end. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, she was slapped on the face. Denzel said angrily, I've said it many times. This is a rumor purposely spread by the evil gods. Those filthy Justice League, Denzel. The old father-in-law lifted the tattered sheepskin mattress and stood up to reprimand him. Watch your words. Do you think you can slander the gods? And Hannah, you clearly know that Denzel is the leader of the beggar army, Poor People's Assembly, but you still dare to speak ill of the Dragon Queen in front of him. The old father-in-law wasn't angry because his daughter was slapped. After the son-in-law received a few gold royals from the Queen's knight, he had the right to hit his wife in front of his father-in-law. He was worried that his son-in-law would offend the gods. This wasn't a groundless worry. If you scolded the Justice League and your neighbor heard it, the neighbor would casually tell the priest of any temple. Usually, that temple belonged to the Justice League. Today, 2 years after the long night, especially the demon riot tragedy that happened in Reese a year ago, it shocked the entire world. The gods and mortals were closer than ever before. I'm sorry. Denzel sighed and stroked his wife's red and swollen cheek. He said, You can't read, but you've heard people talk about the secret records of the gods. You shouldn't be so ignorant. Hannah turned her head angrily and avoided her husband's right hand. She said coldly, The Secret Records is a forbidden book compiled by the scholars. The words in it can't be trusted. The more the gods listed it as a forbidden book, the more it proves. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't say anything taboo in the end. He only said, It doesn't matter who's right. It only matters who's done more. If it wasn't for the Church of the 7 Gods, Pentos would have fallen like the Midsummer Islands and the cities of the Jade Sea. Even if you don't know about the Midsummer Islands and the cities of the Jade Sea, you should know about the neighboring Koer, right? They claimed that they were protected by the gods. and didn't allow the Church of the Seven Gods to enter the city. In the end, the city of more than 300,000 people, plus the millions of people in the surrounding cities, were all drowned in the tide of corpses. In the face of a mere 100,000 corpses, Kor, which was protected by the gods, couldn't even hold on for a day. Before the city fell, Prince Kor had nowhere to go and no one to ask for help. He shamelessly sent a message to the Holy Church of Pentos. I was in the Holy Church at that time, listening to Bishop Hagen's preaching. I saw with my own eyes Prince Kor and hundreds of other nobles crawling on the ground like dogs in the candlelight. They begged the bishop to send a message to Dragonstone Island while crying, "The gods are useless." The gods couldn't even withstand a single wave of the descending gods. The gods are immoral. When they saw that the situation was bad, they ran away immediately, completely ignoring the lives of the millions of people in the city. Unfortunately, it was too late to ask for help at that time. It's bad enough that Kor fell, but Pentos is just next door. Denzel sighed and shook his head with a frown. A mere 100,000. Isn't 100,000 corpses scary enough? Hannah muttered. 100,000 living dead in Westeros can only raise the danger index of a city from green to pink. Only 1,000,000 corpses will trigger a red alert, Denzel said proudly and bitterly. He was a Westeros. After he grew up, he settled down on the other side of the narrow sea. Before the faceless deviant ghost outbreak, he was glad that he was far away from home. Now, he hated that he couldn't go back to the Seven Nations where the danger index was all green. Gurgle gurgle. As the couple spoke, the broth in the pot started to boil. His father-in-law wrinkled his nose and said in surprise, "There's still bacon and turnips? Hannah's milk has dried up." Denzel was even more bitter. Hannah's expression changed. She pointed at the 3 wrist-sized vents in the corner and said anxiously, "Quick, block the vents. Don't let the aroma spread to the yard." Her father-in-law hurriedly got off the bed and found 3 pairs of worn-out socks to block the vents. Half a month ago, someone on Sheeman Street forgot to close the windows while cooking meat at night. As a result, the residents in the nearby streets started to riot. We thought that the family had a lot of food. Who knew that after hundreds of rioters rushed into their house, they only found half-cooked children in the pot? Hannah said softly, "If you really have the heart to eat your own children, why don't you join the volunteer corps and go outside the city to catch corpses? Corpses can be eaten too," Denzel said disdainfully. "But corpses eat people too," Hannah said with a trembling voice. "The ones that eat people are deviant ghosts." Her father-in-law looked at the steaming pot and gulped. He said, "After we finish the broth, make a pot of pine needle tea to suppress the taste of meat in your mouth. Also, remember not to burp in front of outsiders. Don't poop outside for the next 2 days. We can't let people know that we've eaten meat." However, the followers of the Seven Gods Church could not receive the relief food. As the Holy Church was newly established, they could not store food in advance, nor did they have the means to purchase food. In fact, Pope Danny had once issued a decree forbidding the church from purchasing food from the people. Of course, the Church of the Seven Gods had their own ways to feed their believers. The monks would learn from Slave Bay and organize believers to engage in a long night of production. They would go outside the city to gather firewood, pluck tree roots, pluck tree leaves, and summon small sons to fish in the sea. This morning, Denzel joined the beggar army and went outside the city to peel tree bark. He only returned home at 2 in the afternoon. Compared to other families, Denzel's family was already considered to be in the upper middle class. However, once they gave up on the church's relief food for his father-in-law and wife, their living standards would definitely drop by a level. "Don't worry. The Red God will protect me," Hannah said as she looked at her husband who was struggling. "Child." Denzel gritted his teeth and took the baby boy from his wife's arms. He said, "Dina will take care of Jamie. Follow me to the Holy Church. Even if Pentos falls, the other ghosts won't be able to enter the place of glory of the Seven Gods." Hannah still wanted to argue, but her father-in-law held her back and whispered, "We don't know about the gods, but there's one thing we're certain of: the Holy Mother is the strongest god. She far surpasses the Light King. Lalo formed an alliance with the gods to deal with the Dragon Queen. However, the Dragon Queen is only one of the Holy Mother's believers, the old man said wisely. Hannah was convinced. She looked at the swaddling clothes reluctantly and began to put on a patched light yellow robe. In the Red God Temple, only great monks who could represent the Red God and possessed extraordinary talent were considered red-robed monks. The Red God's priest apprentices were dressed in orange robes. The yellow-robed monks were the temple attendants, while the orange-robed and red-robed monks were the servants. However, the yellow-robed monks were considered to be part of an institution. They were official workers and had an iron rice bowl. The employees of the institution were much stronger than the wild monks. Denzel also put on a tattered leather armor and the gray linen robe of the beggar army. When he walked out of the house, he realized that the streets were already brightly lit. All the torches, and braziers in the city were lit. It was as if they wanted to use these sparks to scare the monsters of the cold and darkness. Passing through the chaotic crowd, Denzel carried his son with his left hand and his daughter with his right. After many twists and turns, he quickly arrived at the Holy Church in the center of the city. Seeing the tower of light shining from the dome of the Holy Church, he, like everyone else, heaved a sigh of relief. When they climbed up the city wall, the ghoul army was already within a 1-kilometer radius of the city wall. The Pentos people had built a sentry post outside the city. When the horn was blown 3 times, the ghouls were still 20 to 30 kilometers away from the city. In the darkness, deviant ghosts rode on huge ice spiders and resurrected dead horses. They walked out of the snowy plains, holding ice swords that were as thin as blades. The sentry post warned the soldiers of the corpse tide and escaped. They cried and drove the sleigh towards the city gate. Then the ghoul horses caught up with them, and the ice swords slashed. They slaughtered all living things in front of them, humans and sleigh dogs. In the next moment, the dead were resurrected and joined the dense horde of corpses behind the deviant ghosts, which was like a moving carpet. It's over. This is not a small-scale attack by ghouls. There are more than 1 million of them, and no army can resist them. Denzel's hands and feet were cold, and he murmured, I should have thought of it. Kohr fell 2 months ago, so how could Pentos, which is next door, be spared? This ghoul army must have come from Kohr, and followed Valeglia Avenue, which is a smooth journey. No, the ghoul army came from Norfoss. Kohr and Pentos are separated by Norfoss. Norfoss fell half a month ago, and the entire city and the surrounding villages and towns lost more than 2 million people. Denzel tilted his head and looked. It was the holy knight Arthur Errol, a young lord from the Hay Hall in the Land of Storms. Yes, the youngest son of the count who did not have the right to inherit. Denzel's hometown, the Harvest Hall, was next door to the Hay Hall. He had seen Arthur's father from afar a few times in his early years. Although one was a lord and the other was a farmer, they were still from the same hometown, and their relationship had always been good. Norfoss has fallen as well? Denzel's throat was dry. In the continent of Ursos, except for the coastal trading cities, almost all the inland cities have fallen. According to the news from Dragonstone Island, more than 20 million people have died in the past 6 months from the Narrow Sea to the Jade Sea, Arthur said with a serious expression. Chapter 10:12. 20 million? How many people are there? Denzel exclaimed. No less than 20 million. Sir Arthur looked at the ghouls approaching the city wall and sighed. According to the Queen's estimation, the world's population is only 1/3 of what it was before the sun was extinguished. If a narrow sea city-state like Pentos falls as well, then the human race is doomed. Denzel was confused and shocked. In fact, the real death toll was far more than 20 million. It had been more than half a year since the faceless deviant ghost's outbreak. The Dragon Queen's hell had collected more than 15 million souls, all of them from the continent of Ursos. 1/10 of them died of hunger and illness, while the rest died from the tide of zombies. Just the raised land alone contributed 10 million souls. In this era, because the rich kept slaves and remote villages were difficult to manage, the population of a country was almost impossible to calculate. But generally, they could be divided into the countrymen, in the cities, and the barbarians, in the remote mountains. The countrymen had the opportunity to receive atonement scrolls from the 7 gods, but the barbarians had never even heard of the Holy Mother. The total population of the raised land was close to 20 million. Among the souls that entered hell, more than 90% did not have atonement scrolls at all. They could enter hell only because of one person, Arya. Arya exercised her authority as a stranger and stayed in the world of death 24 hours a day. She used a method close to plundering to search for souls that entered the world of death. Many believers of Lalo, the Night Lion, and the Pale Holy Child were also robbed by her. The Night Lion's main body was not in the raised land, and their faith was damaged, so they could not snatch as much as the Grim Reaper. The reason why Arya was so proactive was that each undead represented a point of experience points. Arya had harvested 10 million souls, which meant that the death toll in the raised land was even higher. According to the origin, number, and identity of the souls, Danny estimated that more than 85% of the people in the raised land had died. The zebra people were even worse than the raised land. Almost all of them were wiped out. The deviant ghosts had fulfilled the great wish of the son of heaven, Luo Bao. Thousands of ghouls washed the zebra tribe on the grassland like water washing the soil on a radish. 99% of the 100,000 zebra horsemen that had come south to Edu had perished. Only a few hundred zebra horsemen had managed to escape to Edu. The zebra tribe's Jahada died in battle amidst the countless undead that couldn't be killed. The zebra tribe's grandmaster, the great god horse, became a mage ghoul that could use the ice attribute ability. It could be said that even if the human race had another era, the zebra people were done for. The zebra people were not the only human race that had been wiped out. Jade Sea City and the central cities of Ursus didn't even have the chance to receive free atonement scrolls, but they still sent hundreds of thousands of new residents to the 7 Hells merchants. During this time, countless races disappeared from human civilization forever. Dragon Queen's guess of 20 million was only the lowest estimate. Perhaps the real figure was 30 million, 40 million, or even 50 million. For the Holy Mother, for the living. The Holy Knight's roar resounded from the city walls, and the battle to defend the city began. Warrior's blessing. Holy Mother's protection. Wong wong wong, after another loud roar. The Holy Knight's long sword glowed with a layer of pure and warm holy light. As Dragon Queen's song of light neared perfection, the Holy Knight's control over the holy light became more flexible and flexible. Unknowingly, the holy light enveloping the weapon had become an important test for a level 1 Holy Knight. Kill! The great sword infused with holy light easily sliced the ghouls that were climbing up the wooden ladder into 2. Sparks were still flying out from the wounds of the broken corpses. The wooden ladder tactic that Dragon Queen came up with in Winterfell had already been proven to be the safest tactic in a city defense battle. Yes, it wasn't the most efficient, but the safest and most controllable. Denzel stood beside Archbishop Hagen and helped the Archbishop guard a wooden ladder. The Archbishop was close to 60 years old, but he still wore a chainmail and wielded a warhammer that glowed with holy light. Every time he smashed open the head of a ghoul, he would shout, "Mighty Heavenly Dragon." Denzel followed suit. After the dragon crystal spear pierced into the ghoul's eye socket, he shouted, "Mighty Heavenly Dragon." Although he wasn't even a priest, and although he still didn't know what kind of divine art the mighty heavenly dragon represented, he couldn't help but want to shout. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but other than the shout being particularly imposing after he shouted it, he seemed to be stronger and his body didn't feel tired anymore. Mighty Heavenly Dragon. On the city wall, all the armed forces of the church started shouting. Then the city guards and the militia followed suit. For a moment, at the East City Gate where the zombie tide was the fiercest, the humans were united and their morale was high. But Pentos had more than one East City Gate. Dang dang dang, only 15 minutes had passed since the ghouls attacked the city. From the North and West City Gates came the fierce sound of gongs and the terrified screams of soldiers. North City Wall 6 has fallen. West City Wall 3 has fallen. Pentos had few defenders because Bravos didn't allow it to have too strong a defense force. But the city of Pentos itself wasn't small. So the long city wall was divided into many areas. Each section of the wall was marked with a number, and then a church was assigned to it. The priests and generals led the ordinary soldiers to guard it. Yes, an unlimited responsibility system. If a section of the wall was breached, the people would pay with their lives. For example, the Church of the Seven Gods was in charge of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th sections of the East City Wall. North City Wall 6 belongs to the Church of Earth and Sea. How could it fall? Archbishop Hagen turned his head and looked at the corner of the North and East City walls in disbelief. It was indeed a mess. In the thick cold fog, the torches were extinguished one by one. Priest Neymar. He shouted to an old armored priest beside him. The whale-head god from the trembling sea has taken over the Church of Earth and Sea, right? Yes, they have the support of God. They shouldn't have fallen so quickly. Neymar understood the archbishop's doubts, but he was also puzzled. The city's guardian god must be stationed at the periphery of the city. Today, the deviants attacked the city, and Pintos was facing a life-and-death crisis. In theory, the god of Earth and Sea had to climb the city wall personally to fight for the city. So, the North City Wall should have been the safest area. The south of Pintos was the sea. The south of the city was the docks and the commercial area. The North City belonged to the nobles. Many royalty and trading princes lived there. Your Excellency, the 3rd section of the West City Wall has also fallen. That's the defensive area of the Church of the Red Gods. Denzel's face was pale. The situation is not right. Why did the two most powerful sections of the wall fall first? What nonsense are you talking about? Sir Arthur rebuked angrily. We are the strongest. Hagen smashed another ghoul's head with his hammer. With a serious expression he said, "It doesn't matter who is the strongest, but Denzel's concern is very reasonable. Be careful." Before he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. His eyes flashed with a golden light. He shouted, "There is a high-energy magic reaction in front. There is a powerful monster hiding among the ghouls. Be careful. A demon god is trying to ambush us." Archbishop Hagen came to a realization. Demon? How can there be a demon? Neymar's expression was distorted. He screamed, "Wildfire bombs, throw wildfire bombs immediately." Denzel and the rest of the beggar army did not know what was going on, but they quickly threw out wildfire flasks the size of a melon. Boom, boom, boom. The wooden ladder burned. The ghouls' corpses at the bottom of the wooden ladder burned. The green and dark red flames formed a moat of smoke and fire outside the city. But in the next moment, the red flames on the corpses and wooden ladder gradually extinguished. The wildfire was like a candle in the wind, swaying and dimming. The torches and braziers on the city wall were extinguished row by row. From near to far, even the houses behind the city wall were dark. Then the residents screamed in panic. Some of the demon gods activated their ice domain. The fire elements were gradually repelled. The cold fog surged toward the East City Wall like a tsunami. When the exposed skin around the eyes of the warriors came into contact with the cold fog, they felt a needle-like pain. In just a moment, a layer of white frost hung over their eyelids. The cold fog was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. But accompanied by a soul-freezing laughter, a pair of blue eyes the size of bronze bells rose. As expected of a cultivator of the seven gods. You're much stronger than the archbishops of the churches. Before I even got close to the city wall, I was already discovered by you. But I'm curious. What kind of detection divine art did you use from so far away? The power of the seven gods is limitless. How can a traitor like you understand it? Archbishop Hagen's eyes widened in anger. More than half a year had passed. Countless large cities were clearly prepared. But they still fell to the zombie tide at an incomprehensible speed. It happened again and again. Gradually, some secrets were no longer kept secret. For example, after extraordinaires became ghouls, they would become ice mages. For example, there were deviant ghosts and demigods in the ghouls' army. They were once the gods of this world. But they accepted the power of the frost god and transformed themselves into the frost god. Of course, the news that those who had seen the frost god had become the living dead was only spread among the upper echelons of the major churches. Even the Dragon Queen was not 100% sure. Today was the first time Hagen and the others had seen the gods and deviant ghosts. Traitor! The gods and deviant ghosts laughed coldly. Cold air surged toward the city wall like a tidal wave. The wildfire was finally extinguished. Kacha. As long as the stone city wall and the people on the city wall came into contact with the cold fog, a thin layer of light blue frost would immediately form on their bodies. Denzel's teeth chattered. The heat and vitality in his body were like happy drinks in a small Coke cup. They were sucked forcefully by the oily mouth with the straw in it. In the blink of an eye, the bottom of the cup let out a dry sound. Almighty Heavenly Dragon, Holy Mother, God Palm. Suddenly, Archbishop Hagen's voice boomed in his ears like thunder. Holy Mother's palm? The evil god exclaimed. The blue eyes in the cold fog were quickly distancing themselves from the city wall. After the frost evil god retreated, the cold fog and cold air disappeared as well. Denzel came back to life. He looked at the Archbishop expectantly, hoping that he would leap up and fly into the air to unleash a palm technique that would descend from the sky. Palm, Archbishop Hagen merely assumed the posture of the Holy Mother's palm. He dragged out the word palm. Denzel did not know that the Archbishop had such good lung capacity. Palm, huff huff huff. Finally Hagen stopped and panted. He said hesitantly, sigh, Holy Mother's palm. I don't know how to use it. What a pity. What? The surrounding believers and militia were on the verge of breaking down. I don't know how to use Holy Mother's palm, Archbishop Hagen said awkwardly. I've watched too many dramas in Journey to the East, and I've always put myself in the role of the Archbishop of Seven Treasures. It's like a street kid shouting slogans. I've subconsciously shouted it as well. After shouting it, I realized that it wasn't right, but I was too embarrassed to change it immediately. I could only sigh. The expressions of Denzel and the others contorted. Bald Donkey Hagen. In the distance, the evil god roared into the sky. How dare you make fun of me? I'll skin you alive. The cold fog surged forward at a speed faster than when it retreated. Demon, don't think that I'm bluffing. Hagen did not show any fear. Instead, he sat cross-legged with a solemn expression. Holy Mother of Mercy, Pintos can't be defended any longer. Your Majesty, please descend. Chapter 10:13. Do you think I'm stupid enough to be fooled by the same trick twice? Seeing Hagen sitting down with his legs crossed, the evil god of ice was sure that he was playing tricks again. It sneered and pounced on him without hesitation. Buzz, just as the evil god approached the city wall, a blinding golden light shot from Hagen's head like a sun and suddenly teleported to the top of the city wall. Ah no, Hagen, you're evil, the evil god screamed in pain. The cold mist on its body evaporated instantly in the holy light, revealing a horrifying body with pale, wrinkled skin. The golden light was like a sharp sword, piercing through the ice crystal armor, the god's scaly skin, muscles, and bones without any hindrance. It was like the light passing through an illusory shadow under the sun. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone could clearly see the golden light and the demon god that was pierced by the golden light. The golden light that made the demon god wail in pain like concentrated sulfuric acid did no harm to the humans. Not only did it not harm them, but it also dispelled the chill and fear in their bodies in an instant. It was warm like summer. I can't accept this. The evil god's 3-meter-tall ferocious body was like wax in a fire. It quickly melted into a torch and fell to the bottom of the city wall, burning miserably like the thousands of ghouls. Yes, not only the evil god of ice, but even the ghouls outside the city seemed to have fallen into a furnace at that moment. They lost control and fell to the ground, then spontaneously combusted into a fire. For a moment, the eastern city wall was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the figure in the golden light. She was wearing blue and silver armor, and a huge cloak made of golden flames. She was emitting endless light and heat, like a goddess of the sun. Long live the queen, the humans will win. Archbishop Hagen supported himself with his hands and jumped up. His face was filled with fanaticism as if he had seen the Virgin. Long live the Dragon Queen. Long live Her Majesty Danny Alice. Long live the Pope. Dragon Queen is here? Denzel looked at the sky in a daze. Fire. He heard her softly say a word. It was the same voice as the one in his memory. She was really the Dragon Queen. Boom. Boom. Boom! Boom! A soft voice resounded throughout the entire Pentos. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, hundreds of thousands of torches suddenly soared up, illuminating the dark sky with a fiery red glow. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be ignited by flames. Denzel's pupils constricted. The ghouls and deviant ghosts outside the city walls, on the city walls, and even inside the city were all struggling and burning, turning into a sea of flames. Was this a dream? No, that's impossible. Most High my Lord save, the evil god of ice, who was hiding in the tide of the living dead, howled at the top of its lungs. Like a meteor with a long tail of fire, it quickly moved away from Pentos and the Dragon Queen. However, before it could escape the range of the Dragon Queen's fire domain, it exploded into brilliant fireworks one after another. Is this a god? Denzel was in disbelief. This is a god. In the North District, inside the palace, the princes and royals walked out of the shelter and stood in the open-air yard with thousands of guards. They looked at the figure that was brighter than the sun above the east gate in shock. She's a god, one of the 7 gods. Everyone knows that, the extraordinaire guard beside the princes said bitterly. But she's too powerful. The princes looked around. Half of the city in the northwest was engulfed in a sea of flames. Because half of the city had been invaded by the tide of the dead, everything was now on fire. However, the flames of the ghouls did not ignite the surrounding buildings. Instead, they floated into the air like catkins in the wind and landed further outside the city, far outside the domain. They used the flames of the ghouls in the domain to burn the corpse tied outside the domain. Seeing the Dragon Queen's power, and thinking of the second god of earth and sea who was defeated by the evil god of ice in one move, Prince Pentos had the urge to cry. To celebrate the inauguration of the new god of the city, he sacrificed a son. He wondered if there would be any more gods and demons coming to Pentos to apply for the position of the third god of earth and sea. He wondered if the third guardian god would ask for the king's blood again. If they're not powerful, why would the gods form the righteous alliance? The wizard guard sighed. The prince was stunned. He said with a strange look in his eyes, "Why don't we also establish the 7 gods as the national religion in Pentos? Let Archbishop Hagen be the national teacher." If before he could finish, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded in the sky. Ice-blue lightning flashed across the sky. Suddenly, a dense lightning net appeared and formed a huge face in the sky. "Danny Rise, how dare you leave the Westeros? You're looking for death." The god of thunder roared. Then he opened his mouth made of lightning and gently exhaled a breath of white air. There were no clouds in the sky for rain, but wherever the white air went, endless water vapor swarmed from between heaven and earth and condensed into an iceberg in the blink of an eye. The iceberg, with a bottom area of dozens of square kilometers, bigger than the city of Pentos, fell from the sky. Oh gods! This is the legendary forbidden spell. I can't believe I'm seeing a forbidden spell. The prince looked at the sky in despair, holding his head and wailing. Pentos is finished. We're all finished. Let the 7 gods' national religion and the national teacher Hagen go to hell. The Dragon Queen is a disaster. She attracted the god of frost, and the god of frost cast the forbidden spell. Without the Dragon Queen, we'll die too. Even if we're buried under the iceberg, at least we'll have a quick death. We won't have to become zombies and wreak havoc in the human world. Also, the god of frost isn't the only one who knows forbidden spells. The guard opened his eyes wide and looked at the Dragon Queen on the east gate with anticipation. He was waiting for a miracle. Then the divine light in his eyes dimmed, along with the holy light above the east gate. The Dragon Queen disappeared. Did she run away? Damn it! That woman is the same as the gods. She ran away when she saw the situation was bad. The prince stomped his feet and cursed. His face was full of despair and resentment. While the people of Pentos were in despair, a gust of wind suddenly blew above their heads. A strange wind column formed in the blink of an eye. It was a light green tornado in the sky. The green streamers were distinct and emitted a faint glow. It was extremely beautiful. The iceberg that fell toward Pentos like the heaven-flipping seal was stuck in the tornado in the sky. Like the soles of shoes stepping on ice in winter, The iceberg couldn't help but slip and tilt toward the outside of Pento's city. Rumble, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Ice shards flew everywhere. It was as if the whole world was shaking. The continental plates were broken like sugar cane. Everyone heard the sound of ice and earth exploding. Their vision was filled with ice and snow of different sizes. Countless zombies were smashed into meat paste by the iceberg. Pento's city, however, was intact. The danger of the iceberg was eliminated. The tornado in the sky also turned into wisps of green lines and disappeared without a trace. The figure of the Dragon Queen, emitting holy light, appeared again in the center of the tornado. Obviously, she didn't run away. Instead, she used the tornado to slip the iceberg. God! The prince fell to his knees on the cold marble floor. His heart was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. He couldn't help but cry. Long live the Holy Mother! The extraordinaire beside the prince shouted excitedly. Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Holy Mother! The nearby guards and the prince's family cheered together. Roar and earth-shaking dragon's roar sounded in the sky above the face of thunder. The fierce roar that cut through the air, the angry dragon's roar, the scarlet dragon's flames, and the icy blue lightning mixed together. The megalosaurus was fighting the god of frost in the sky? The people of Pentos stopped cheering and stared at the sky with their eyes wide open. Swoosh! The Dragon Queen disappeared in the blink of an eye. Higher up in the sky, the flames were more intense. The raging flames lit up the entire sky. The icy blue lightning was completely drowned out. Only the thunderous roar of the god of frost shook the world from time to time. Walala crackle! Everyone looked up at the sky, but soon found that it was raining. The raindrops were boiling hot. In the rain, there were also bean-sized hailstones that were bone-chilling. The Dragon Queen is fighting with the god of frost. Protect the prince and enter the palace. The head guard shouted. No, I don't want to go to the palace. I want to watch the battle of the gods. The prince said loudly as he broke free from the guard's pull. Go to the balcony and watch. The hailstones won't kill anyone, but it's hot and cold at the same time. There's also the high-energy magic of the gods in the water. It's easy to get sick, the extraordinaire guard advised. Besides, you're just a muggle. The wind, thunder, fire, and fog in the sky are all messy. What can you see? He complained in his heart. Not only the muggle prince, even the extraordinaires in the city didn't know the situation of the battle. Only the gods who were hidden in the dark could see clearly. Their feelings were even more complicated. I didn't expect the god of frost to be so strong. He casually threw down an iceberg. Danny Lilith's methods are even more ingenious. She easily dispelled the forbidden spell, Lalo said bitterly. The world doesn't seem to reject the god of frost anymore. It's not surprising for him to display such power. The white frost is an old trick of the god of frost. Danny Lilith suffered a loss in Winterfell last time. She must have secretly studied a countermeasure at home. It's not surprising for her to have such a performance, the pale holy child said calmly. Both of them had churches in Pentos. They also responded to the prayers of the priests and descended their wills to help the churches fight against the evil god of frost among the deviant ghosts. However, after the city was breached, they planned to do what they did when they gave up on Kihor, Norfoss, and other cities. They would do their best and retreat if they failed. Before they could retreat, the Dragon Queen came to save the day. You don't understand. I've fought the god of frost many times. He's obviously stronger than before, Lalo sighed. If we attack together, we can definitely take him down, the horseshoe war god said. Whether it works or not, we'll only know after we fight. Danny Lilith has already activated the characteristics of the first flame to the extreme, but she's still at a disadvantage. Lalo's heart was heavy, and his tone was bleak. The pale holy child said slowly, she has the megalosaurus, the fire raven, and the wind raven. The god of frost hasn't completely entered our world. He won't last as long as she does. Lalo said helplessly, how is this comforting for us? The power displayed by the Dragon Queen and the god of frost had hit the hearts of the gods hard. Danny Lilith's growth has slowed down a lot, the pale holy child said. Slowed down? Lalo found it ridiculous. Are you blind? Or is your brain muddled from the cold? The growth of her Song of Fire is obviously not as fast as the God of Frost's integration into the world. If she cultivates step by step, the long night is destined to be eternal. What do you think she'll choose? The pale holy child smiled slyly. Lalo stared at the sky and murmured, this year, she seems to have used all her energy to develop the Song of Wind's spatial polarity. She gave Old Fish Liangmu's talent to the Black Dragon, but now she can easily use spatial teleportation. From Dragonstone Island to Pentos is 400 kilometers. Overall, her growth hasn't slowed down. It's just that there's a limit to human strength. Even if she's the child of an era, she can't take care of both sides. The pale holy child chuckled. Danny Lilith isn't stupid. She knows that the Song of Fire is the foundation to end the long night. So, she's working hard to develop spatial divine arts for Balerion of the Smoke Sea. Maybe she's still thinking that sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting wood. She'll spend a year to master spatial magic, go to the Smoke Sea to seize Balerion's 6,000 years of accumulation, and then cultivate the Song of Fire. It'll be twice the result with half the effort. Makes sense. Let's wait patiently. After this battle, she'll soon go to the Smoke Sea, Lalo said excitedly. Maybe we need to find another ally to interfere with her spatial holiness. The war god murmured. How about the storm god? Lalo was moved. Chapter 10:14. Most of the inland city-states of Ursos have fallen, and millions of people have died. Now it's the coastal city-states' turn. But they can't hold on, and neither can I. The frost god's power is increasing too fast. I have to go to the Smoke Sea. What do you think? After returning to Dragonstone Island, Danny asked Bran in the Weirwood staff. The strange phenomenon of ice, fire, wind, and thunder in the sky of Pentos lasted for nearly 10 hours, from afternoon to midnight. The 10-hour battle exhausted Danny. For the first time, she used up all her magic and stamina in a battle. Ever since she learned the fire creation mastery, her body had been full of energy and almost never felt tired. Fortunately, she had the Megalosaurus. When her magic was exhausted, she chose to overclock and fuse with Little Red on Dragonstone Island, and the Frost God was exhausted. Before the battle ended, the other ghosts outside the city began to retreat. Seeing this, the people of Pentos immediately understood that the Dragon Queen was about to win. So, the Prince of Pentos and the Prince of Trade took the lead and formed the highest level of welcome team. They set up a banquet in the palace in advance, waiting for the arrival of the Dragon Queen. Not only were the nobles of Pentos looking forward to the arrival of the Dragon Queen in the sky, the ordinary people also spontaneously gathered around the Holy Church, waiting for the Dragon Queen to come down and shout, "Long live the Dragon Queen!" To establish a friendly relationship with the other ghosts, they could invite the Dragon Queen to help them when they came to Pentos again. Archbishop Hagen was also very excited. He had been arranging for people to clean up the Holy Church in preparation for the arrival of the Holy Mother. Well, he had been in Ursos these days and had come into contact with many extraordinary people and supernatural secrets. Subconsciously, he had gradually accepted the fact that the Dragon Queen was the Holy Mother. If he knew nothing about supernatural knowledge and knew that the Dragon Queen had usurped the position of the seven gods, his faith would collapse and his worldview would be destroyed. But the more he integrated into the supernatural world and understood it, the more he understood how powerful the Dragon Queen was, and the more he understood how fortunate it was that the seven logs had been replaced by the great human gods. Of course, it was fine as long as he knew it in his heart. If any cultist dared to blaspheme the Holy Mother with words like, "Dragon Queen usurped the throne of the seven gods," he would not hesitate to serve the great mighty heavenly dragon. The people of Pentos were prepared to welcome the arrival of the Dragon Queen. However, after Frost God retreated, she did not go down to clean up the deviant ghosts on the plains, nor did she bid farewell to Archbishop Hagen. With a whoosh, she brought Blackie through the portal and returned to Dragonstone Island. Danny was exhausted after the overclocking fusion was cancelled. How could she stay in Pentos and let the evil gods take advantage of her? In order to ensure her safety, the Dragon Queen reluctantly gave up such a good opportunity to show off in front of others and show off. She was too difficult. After returning to Dragonstone Island, Danny had just used the evil ice god's divinity to heal Little Red's injuries after overclocking. She was still in a tired state, so she began to plot against the sheep eggs in the smoke sea. The current situation was too unfavorable for her and the humans. The responsibility of being the savior of the world put a lot of pressure on the Dragon Queen. It's up to you. I can only help you once. I can only use my trump card once, Bran emphasized. What trump card? Have you found me in the future? Danny was excited. In the fog-shrouded swamp of fate, I spent a lot of effort and finally opened up a winding path. At the end of the path, I established a connection with a certain existence in the future. Who? Who did you contact? Danny asked hurriedly. It's not you, it's not me, it's not even your giant dragon. His strength is beyond my current understanding. That sacred and majestic aura. If there is a king of gods, then he is. However, although his aura is unimaginably strong, it is still vaguely familiar, Bran said curiously. Is there no me in the future? Danny's pretty face was gloomy. She bit her lips and said, if I'm still here, then I'll definitely be the strongest in the world. That someone won't be able to contact you. Bran said hesitantly. Can you guess which era he was in when I met him? Danny's heart skipped a beat. She said, could it be countless thousands of years later? If it's too long, I might be able to transcend this world. That he is most likely my younger brother. Could it be her cheap son? Or an even cheaper grandson or granddaughter? It's not countless thousands of years. It's just 2,000 years later, Bran said. 2,000 years? Danny's face was ugly. It's only 2,000 years. I haven't even had enough of being an emperor. Who is he? I don't know. His existence is very special. I can't understand it. I arrived in the future and he returned to the past. We met at the same time. However, I was a fish in the river and he walked on the shore. No, maybe he was flying in the sky. He saw through my past and future, but I didn't even understand his situation at that time. However, we should have survived the long night. He has your aura, and he's similar to the three-eyed crow. He's a strengthened version of the three-eyed crow that controls the whole world, Bran said. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She asked, do you know that I have a clone that believes in me? It's also the carrier of heaven and hell. It doesn't seem to be him. Your believer is a three-eyed crow that's similar to the seven gods. Bran shook his head. I understand the Green Prophet seal too well. But he's very intelligent and he's no different from a living person. He's definitely not an emotionless three-eyed crow. Danny furrowed her brows. She was puzzled. She couldn't think of a second person that possessed both her and the three-eyed crow's characteristics, except for the believer. However, Bran wasn't wrong. The believer was an emotionless program, and he couldn't possibly be intelligent. How is he intelligent? She asked. That feeling. Bran pondered and said, the believers and the three-eyed crow's mental waves are like a steel seal. They're cold, hard, and monotonous. They're eternal and unchanging. The more intelligent a person is, the more lively his mental waves will be. Can you understand what I'm saying? His mental waves are like flowing water, jumping flames, and changeable wind. Danny understood what he meant, and she agreed with what he said. But she still wasn't satisfied with his answer. The method of controlling pets was primitive and violent. Under normal circumstances, the master couldn't sense the position of the pet, and the pet couldn't communicate with the master. If the master wanted to summon his little brother, he would usually blow the magic horn to stimulate the part of the demon beast's soul in the horn, and use the pain to wake up the pet. The pet could also sense the master's position through the soul fragment in the horn. Danny could contact King Kong at any time because she was proficient in soul witchcraft, but King Kong almost couldn't contact Danny. If it wasn't for the vast sea, King Kong could find Dragon Rock Island. The communication method this time was very strange, and Danny was very surprised. You fool, you actually have faith in me? With faith, one could send weak messages through the faith line. Roar! King Kong cried out in grievance. After some communication, Danny roughly understood what King Kong had been through during this period. After being taught a lesson, King Kong left his cave and walked in the cold and desolate forest against the wind and snow. The tropical rainforest couldn't withstand the destruction of the cold and long nights. The rivers were frozen, the swamps were covered in snow, and the trees and beasts froze to death in large numbers. The once bustling forest became dead silent and cold, which made King Kong feel strange and scared. However, such an environment made it easier to find the evil god. Creatures in tropical climates that could survive in the ice and snow were at least high-level demon beasts or magical plants. In just a month, King Kong found 4 or 5 locations suspected to be the strongholds of the evil god, which was enough to complete the mission given to it by the queen. It had been waiting for the queen's will to descend. However, with Chizong on a killing spree, Danny ate until her mouth was covered in oil, and her eyes were filled with meat and fish. She completely forgot about the distant Sosros and the pitiful gorilla that was working hard to find small fish and shrimp. If that was the case, King Kong wouldn't be in a hurry to find the Dragon Queen. In fact, 3 months later, the weather outside was too cold. Seeing that Danny still hadn't come, King Kong ran back to the cave to sleep. However, there was no safe place in the long night, and the ice god's claws finally reached Sosros next door. Chapter 10-15. At this time, King Kong was in a very bad state. Not only was his body thin like a walking skeleton, but his hair was also not as smooth as when they first met. Instead, it was clumped together, withered and yellow like decaying hay. There were many scars on its body. Some of the wounds had hair falling off, and the skin was black and swollen, festering and oozing pus. Some of the wounds seemed to be caused by sharp teeth, and the blood around it had solidified into dark red ice crystals. Through the holes, the torn green fascia and broken white bones could be seen. King Kong was no longer in the gourd-shaped canyon. It was like a stray dog being chased around. It had no home and no place to stay. Now it was hiding in a crack in a steep cliff. The cave was simple and crude. It was located in a remote sea cliff to the east of Sosros. Behind it was the Jade Sea, and it was thousands of kilometers away from its home. The crack in the mountain was deep, but King Kong's skeleton was big. It couldn't go deep, so it could only hide at the entrance of the cave. 3 meters away was a pile of snow-covered rocks. You were ganged up on by them? Danny gloated. Ooh. King Kong blinked its big eyes and nodded gently. It was like a big boss that could drop the best equipment. It was attacked by mages, warriors, assassins, poison wizards, and other classes. The long night was a worldwide disaster. No place in the world was safe and no one could avoid it. After the faceless deviant ghosts broke out, all humans and gods guessed that Bravos would be the first to fall. At least it was the first target of the deviant ghosts. Then, all the way to the south, the corpse tide swept through the major trading cities. The result was unexpected. The dark-skinned people of the Summer Islands were the first to be wiped out. But Hanshin's vision was not limited to the island countries around the mainstream civilization. Sosros Rainforest, which was the same latitude as the Summer Islands, was also his target. Danny was ready to treat Sosros as her own farm. She could use the pterosaur and evil gods as she pleased. Hansen also had the same idea. In fact, this was also Danny's misunderstanding. She shouldn't be surprised that Hansen targeted Sosros, because only Sosros could develop the undead air force. From the beginning to the end, the Dragon Queen and the nobles of the 7 kingdoms strictly enforced a ban. No matter the price, the deviant ghosts were not allowed to obtain the pterosaur's corpse. Without a doubt, this was a very wise decision, and everyone executed it well. The long night had been going on for 2 years, and a few pterosaurs had died, but the deviant ghosts had never succeeded. Westeros had strict prohibitions, so God of Cold had to find other ways. He thought of the origin of pterosaurs, Sosrith. Pterosaurs, powerful magic beasts, evil gods, and the striped man aborigines had all become frost gods' targets. The tall and powerful Vajra was no exception. The attack of the Vajra deviant ghosts was enough to make any castle despair. Are there many pterosaurs? Danny's expression was grave. King Kong shook his head. He roared and gestured with his hands. Danny heaved a sigh of relief. After the long night fell, the pterosaurs and a large number of beasts began to migrate to the south. There were only about 20 pterosaur ghouls chasing after King Kong. Perhaps there were more than 20 pterosaur ghouls, but at least the swamp pterosaurs weren't completely wiped out. Will the climate in the south be warmer? She stood at the mouth of the cave in the cliff and looked at the dim southern sky. King Kong shook his head. He wasn't sure. The last long night lasted for a whole generation. Naturally, the Sosrath rainforest, which was close to the mainstream civilization, was also frozen. With the pterosaurs' appetite, it was impossible for them to survive in the snow for more than 10 years. However, they did survive the last long night. Perhaps migrating to the south was indeed effective? Danny couldn't help but feel itchy. She secretly decided that when the long night was over, she must go to the south, west, and north borders to take a look. Well, she would also go to the east border, but not as a tourist. Roar! Seeing that Danny was daydreaming, King Kong roared pitifully and pulled her back to reality. Actually, the ice vajra is also very promising. Danny looked at it and an idea came to her mind. We can try to trick the frost god. Thanks to King Kong's strong combat ability, it could escape from the ice ghouls many times. If it was really caught by the evil frost god riding the ghoul pterosaur, she would be facing a black-skinned albino blue-eyed gorilla. Of course, it was also because of its strong combat ability that Frost God kept an eye on it. Danny couldn't imagine how terrifying the ghoul King Kong's destructive power would be to a human city. Roar! Fear appeared on King Kong's bony, hairy face. He kept shaking his head and waving his hands, refusing to become the Ice Vajra. Don't worry. Other than me, no one can distort your thoughts, not even Frost God. Danny comforted him. Roar! King Kong still shook his head like a rattledrum. How about this? I'll add a layer of insurance to your soul. If you can escape the evil frost god's pursuit, you'll be lucky. Pretend I didn't say anything. But if you're caught, don't fight to the death. Just play the part of a spy. Not a spy. It's more like borrowing arrows from a straw boat. Danny chuckled. With King Kong's size and weight, how many arrows could it borrow from Frost God? Danny began to look forward to King Kong being caught by the evil Frost God. The evil Frost God was frantically recruiting strong men in the Sosros continent. The team was like a rolling snowball, increasing in number and eventually forming a huge demigod ghoul army. Danny couldn't sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, the city of Ursos would be destroyed. The citizens of Slave Bay hiding in the pyramids and underground caves wouldn't be able to defend against the demigod's attack. But she had to stay in the Westeros and take care of the city of Ursos. She couldn't go to Sosros continent thousands of miles away to kill the evil frost god. Perhaps King Kong could help her solve this problem? Well, King Kong's lake-like brown eyes were filled with tears of grievance and scabs the size of pancakes. Danny, who was a little reluctant at first, turned her head away in disgust. Her heart hardened. It's settled then. Frost God doesn't know that you're my war beast. This time I'll make him suffer. If I can severely injure him, I can even buy a year or two of buffer time for the war. In order to fight the deviant ghouls, in order to save the world, you should sacrifice a little. Then, without giving King Kong a chance to resist, she quickly left a set of hidden runic circles in the core of its soul. She mixed it with King Kong's Song of Strength rune to ensure that no one could distinguish them in a short time. After that, Danny ended the spiritual projection and returned to the Thousand Faces Island. Just like last time, the green men slaughtered the sacrifices and danced a barbaric sacrificial dance around the 31 heart trees. In order to enhance the sacrificial effect, Danny went to the King's Landing's dark prison and stole 7 prisoners who were on death row for killing people for their flesh. This is the arena to please the Red God. I am the Red God's priest. The 7 of you fight. The one who survives will not only be forgiven, but will also receive wine, food, women, and rewards from His Majesty Stannis. Danny sat on the tall throne and said to the 7 strong men in the center of the altar. Her appearance was a little strange. She had taken off her gorgeous armor, and her hair was disheveled. She only wore a small vest and a rough sheepskin skirt. Not only was there red and blue paint on her snowy white skin, but she also wore a weirwood mask that represented the storm god's priest. Of course, the prisoners couldn't tell the difference between her outfit and the non-mainstream red god priest of the King's Landing. They were bewildered and confused. When they saw the inhuman squirrelmen and strange creatures around them, they screamed in fear, shouting in panic, "Where is this place? Emperor Stannis, please spare us," and the like. Dany gave the old priest, the child of the forest, a look. 7 or 8 bare-chested strong men stepped forward and placed the roasted pork, the translucent wine, and a few shy girls beside the altar. The old squirrel man inserted 2 incense sticks into the incense burner and said eerily, "Duel immediately. The winner gets everything, and the loser dies. The battle will end in half an hour. If there is more than one person alive on the altar, they will all be executed." One of the prisoners was in a frenzy. "Don't listen to these monsters. Let's charge out." Then he raised his sword and charged out of the altar, but he was shot to death by arrows. The remaining 6 looked at the dead body, then looked at their companions who were close to each other. They scattered as if they had been electrocuted. In just half an hour, only a gray-haired middle-aged bearded man was left standing in a pool of blood. "I won. Haha, I'm free. I want to eat meat, I want to drink wine, I want to have women." He held a bleeding sword, and his naked upper body was covered with dozens of wounds of various sizes. Dany walked over step by step. Under his expectant gaze, she hooked her leg, and the sword in the corpse's hand jumped into the air. She caught it with her right hand. "I lied to you. The winner will not only get no reward, but also." Dany left slender sword marks on his body like an adult playing with a child. He was only injured but not killed. It was like a death by dismemberment. Until half an hour later, the flames were completely extinguished. "Evil god priest, you broke your oath. The Holy Mother and the Holy Father will not let you go." The bearded man who was tortured to death cursed. Dany cut off his head with the last sword. The blood from his neck just fell on the face of the heart tree that represented the storm god, the human face carved on the surface of the tree trunk. The human face on the trunk was exactly the same as the carvings on Dany's wooden mask. "Alas, I don't want to torture you. But the storm god, that bastard, likes this." Dany sighed helplessly and threw away the iron sword in her hand. Teach believers to destroy others, and then set a trap to destroy believers. This was the core doctrine of the storm god. The blood was like a living thing. In a dimension that was difficult for ordinary people to observe, it evaporated into a sweet red mist. 7 ghosts were floating in the mist. Their faces were all distorted, their eyes were wide open, and their teeth were bared. They seemed to be cursing loudly. When the red mist approached the heart tree of the storm god, it was immediately sucked in like smoke under a range hood. The anger on the faces of the ghosts turned into pain and panic. The power of the blood sacrifice began to boil. The dance of sacrifice didn't stop. The power of faith gathered from the green men. In the end, the huge power of faith mixed with the power of the blood sacrifice opened a channel of faith in front of Dany. Dany waved her hand, and the fishbone cane flew to her palm surrounded by a blue wind belt. Boom! She stomped on the fulcrum of the root, and the channel of faith was connected to the fishbone cane. "Yuluen, go home," Dany called, and the blue marble floor under her feet suddenly turned gray. A jagged black line opened like a mouth, revealing a dark space. Yolen of Scylla, who was barefoot, floated out of it. It was the Dragon Queen who opened the gate of hell, and took Yuluen's soul out of the 7th floor of hell. As soon as Yuluen escaped from the shackles of hell, a strong suction appeared on his body. Under the rule, the storm god's holy kingdom was fighting for Yuluen's soul. Just like when Lalo released the souls of the believers of the 7 gods in the Westeros, the souls would automatically go to the 7th floor of hell. Crack, crack, crack. The channel of faith of the storm god connected to the fishbone cracked into a door, the gate of faith. Before the appearance of heaven, the big sparrow could automatically open the gate of faith, and the soul returned to the space of faith. In a similar way, Dany used the blood sacrifice to forcibly establish a channel of faith with the storm god's holy kingdom, and Yuluen was like a navigator, guiding her to the location of the holy kingdom. With a step, she left the Thousand Faces Island and came to a strange place. Chapter 10:16. The door god liked to collect all kinds of wind and spent billions of years to create the wind of one world. Almost all the old gods in the Westeros had cultivated in the wind of one world. Therefore, they learned from the big shots and collected the natural phenomena corresponding to their songs of laws to create their own god kingdoms. For example, Inami took a ladle of water from 1,000 rivers and created a flowing palace that could travel freely in the water. For example, the storm god temple had thousands of hurricanes and tornadoes in the natural world. All the destructive winds that brought pain and death to living beings created the wind of one world, which was called the hall in the clouds. The walls of the hall in the clouds were a layer of wind that could corrode flesh and bones. The bricks inside the wind were all kinds of disastrous and destructive winds. Under the effect of a set of strange runes, the bricks of the storm formed a solid wall that separated the inside from the outside. It was the wall of the god kingdom. From the outside, the hall in the clouds looked no different from an ordinary cloud. Inside the hall there were thousands of clouds that moved with the wind. Upon closer inspection, each cloud was a small prison. One or several Timin's souls were trapped inside. The clouds were surrounded by a storm, and every gust of wind was as sharp as a scalpel. The wind blades cut Timin's body. The wind blades entered Timin's nostrils and opened mouth, cutting their organs into pieces, shredding them into pieces, and churning them into mud. The souls of Timin's souls howled in pain, but their howls mixed with the roaring wind became the driving force for the hall in the clouds to move at high speed in the material world. If Inami's flowing water palace was Timin's heaven, then the hall in the clouds was the Iron Seed's hell. The howls and curses of the believers were the most pleasant music to the storm god's ears. In the center of the hall in the clouds, there was a long winding tornado in the shape of a funnel. At the top of the tornado there was a platform made of black clouds. On top of the platform stood the throne of the storm god. A beautiful woman with long legs and a cold expression sat on the throne. Below her stood a demon god with a bull's head, a snake's body and a scorpion's tail. It was Shadow Demon Lalo. "We need your help," Lalo said sincerely. The storm god stroked the crow on his shoulder and sneered. "I am a true god. Whether I am willing or not, I have the responsibility to protect the world. I'll help you kill Dany Rise, and I'll fill up the cesspool of the savior myself. Get rid of Dany Reese. I'll save the world." Lalo's expression was resolute. "I have experience. In the past era, I was the one who won it from Frost God. Cooperate with us to get rid of Dany Rise, and the Righteous Alliance swears that we will not compete with you for Wind of Song and Wind of One World. It's a win-win situation." The storm god stopped playing with the bird, and a hint of interest appeared on her face. After pondering for a while, he sighed. "If I didn't have the status of a true god, I would have definitely joined the Alliance of Justice." Lalo immediately said, "We need your true god status. Only a wind true god can restrict her spatial teleportation. She seems to have given Old Devil's time and space talent to the Black Dragon?" The storm god was puzzled. Lalo looked around, and his eyes fell on the big crow on the storm god's shoulder. He frowned and said, "You didn't release your crow? The Narrow Sea is not remote. Why don't you know about the battle that happened above Pentos?" "It's not remote, but during the long night, I don't want to ask about the outside world." In the end, he emphasized again, "It's best that you never disturb me. Just a few days ago, Dany Rise and Frost God fought at the top of the sky. Both sides showed shocking power, and Dany Rise's spatial magic was especially amazing." Lalo recounted the battle that happened at Pentos that day in detail. He said with emotion, "We were going to be the Oriole, and dozens of powerful demon gods had quietly surrounded Pentos. But we didn't expect that she didn't even land on the ground. She simply opened the space door and returned to Dragonstone Island without saying a word." The storm god said with a complicated tone, "With her talent of fire creation and Old Devil's Wind of One World, it's not surprising that she could develop the spatial polarity of wind so quickly. If you were at Pentos at that time, you should be able to interfere with her spatial magic," Lalo said. "Interfere?" The storm god sneered. "I can interfere with her a little, and she can interfere with me a little. I fought with her in River Bend. Even if she is not a true god, she can still suppress me when she sings the Song of Wind. To be frank, I don't dare to face her at all. and I will try to avoid her in the future. Wherever she is, I will stay away. Lalo said excitedly, when she sings the Song of Fire, the whole world will belong to her. Where can you hide? Even if you only stay away from her for a little, you will have to leave this world and wander in the dangerous outer space. Are you willing? Instead of waiting for death, why don't you take the initiative and join forces with us? Kill her, and you will have the hope of mastering the Song of Wind. Once you master the Song of Wind, you will be complete as the Storm God. The Storm God was tempted, but in the end, he shook his head regretfully. In the early years before I did anything, Old Devil once regarded me as his successor. Well, he predicted that he would die in this era and was ready to pass the Song of Wind to me. In the Wind of One World he taught me for 30,000 years. He raised 3 fingers and sighed. 30,000 years have proved one thing. I may be talented in the Law of Wind, but I am not suitable for the Song of Wind. You were once a true god, so you should know this. Some demon gods comprehend the chorus because they are afraid of responsibility, but more people don't have enough talent and can only use the chorus as their goal. Only 30,000 years. Lalo didn't think so, but he was also a little embarrassed. 30,000 years was not enough for him to review his lessons again. Law cultivation is a serious, sacred, and persevering career. We have to study every law with the most devout heart, the most focused spirit, and the most determined will. When we are immersed in the comprehension of the laws, time is meaningless. What is 30,000 years? Not to mention 30,000 years, 300,000 years, 300 million years. From the birth of the world to the moment before the world is destroyed. As long as we are still alive and can think, we have to study diligently. In this world, anyone can betray you, but only the study of the laws will never betray you. As long as you are willing to learn, there will always be a reward. As long as you are willing to persevere, there is nothing you can't learn. Lalo sincerely expressed his understanding of cultivation. The Storm God was a little touched, but also a little hesitant. He asked, "What realm is your Song of Shadows at?" Shadow Demon Arhlo was stunned. Why is this young person so stupid? The Song of Law is a god's top secret. How can he just tell others? Although he thought so, he couldn't change his expression. At this moment he was asking for help. After hesitating for a moment, Shadow Demon El Loro said in an arrogant tone, "My Song of Shadows has already reached 89,988,789% completion rate." The Storm God was shocked. He was shocked just like that? Seeing the Storm God's expression, Lalo was a little proud. In the last million years, I have a new idea. Fire has a shadow, so does darkness have a shadow? When the Song of Shadows is completed, maybe I can combine shadow and darkness to sing a Song of Shadows. As I said before, everything in the world has an end, but there is no end to learning. As long as I am alive, I will never stop comprehending the laws one by one. The Storm God carefully asked, "How is your Song of Shadows so accurate? How many decimal places are there?" 9. Lalo immediately said, "Yes, 9. How can you calculate the progress of the Song of Law so accurately?" The Storm God was puzzled. He himself had also sung the complete Song of Storm. Back then, he had also measured the progress of the Song of Storm, but 3 decimal places was already the limit. 9. It was unimaginable. It took me hundreds of millions of years to figure it out. Lalo said proudly. Hundreds of millions of years? Figure it out? The Storm God was surprised and confused. When you are comprehending the laws, have you ever encountered a bottleneck that you can't break through for a long time? Lalo asked. Of course, everyone will encounter a bottleneck. Lalo smiled. It was a very old and proud smile. You are wrong. As long as you are willing to work hard, there is no bottleneck in cultivation, he said seriously. Impossible. The Storm God shook his head. I dare say that even Danny and Rise will encounter bottlenecks. Alas, you think you have a bottleneck because your understanding of the realm is not deep enough, Lalo said. I am a true god. I have been learning from the old devil for tens of thousands of years. The Storm God said unhappily. Tens of thousands of years? That is nothing. Lalo squinted and said contemptuously, Can your tens of thousands of years of cultivation experience be as rich as my hundreds of millions of years? The storm god was depressed and said coldly, I would like to hear your opinion. Lalo cleared his throat and said loudly, for today's mages and wizards, there are only 3 realms in cultivation: extraordinary, demigod, and true god. Using this as a standard, Night Lion and the others have been stuck in the demigod realm for hundreds of millions of years. Have they encountered a bottleneck? Obviously not. Their Song of Laws has been improving, one after another. If we divide the cultivation realms, 1 law, 2 laws. Danny and Rise haven't added a single law for several years. Have they encountered a bottleneck? No, her speed of improvement is amazing. Everyone has seen it. So, we can divide the cultivation realms again. So, with the Song of Laws 100% progress 1%, 2%, 3%. The storm god understood what Lalo meant. If we divide the cultivation realms countless times, then the cultivators are improving every day with almost no bottlenecks? The storm god's face was a little distorted. There is no need to do it countless times. Lalo waved his hand. Just like me, the progress of the Song of Laws is accurate to the 9th decimal point. Even if I am in a daze every day, the Song of Shadows will increase by 0.000000001% every month. If I work hard, the speed of improvement will be faster. After working hard and seeing the realm improve quickly, I will be more motivated and work harder. This is a virtuous cycle. My Song of Shadows has improved rapidly and is finally close to perfection. Lalo said excitedly. The storm god's face twisted and he asked, How long have you been practicing the Song of Shadows? Since I was born, I have been listening to the Song of Fire in the world. At the same time, I have also heard the Song of Shadows. Lalo patted his chest and said proudly, I am the first fire in the world. When the fire was born, the shadow appeared. Therefore I have 2 bodies. One is the fire, the other is the shadow. I am the shadow itself. The storm god covered his face and sighed. The night lions have stuck the Song of Laws at 99% to avoid the responsibility of the true gods. You are brave and eager to learn the Song of Laws. You have been improving every day, but you have not been able to complete the Song of Shadows for hundreds of millions of years. But the Song of Shadows is your innate talent. He did not know whether to admire or despise Lalo. I spent all my energy on the Song of Fire, Lalo said awkwardly. But your Song of Fire is not very powerful. It has been snatched away one after another. I can't learn your method. The storm god shook his head. Can't you have some ambition? Lalo felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. The young people nowadays were too impetuous. They had such good talent and learning environment, but they did not want to be like the old seniors who persisted for hundreds of millions of years. What a pity! If I had your conditions, the storm god raised his hand and interrupted him. He stood up in surprise. Someone is sacrificing to me, and even opened the door to the god's kingdom. Chapter 10:17. Someone is offering me a blood sacrifice, the god of storm said in surprise. Someone offers me a blood sacrifice every day, Lalo said disapprovingly. I don't have many followers. The last person who was qualified to hold a large-scale sacrifice was Yuluan. The god of storm closed his eyes and sensed the blood mist coming from the void and covering his body. His small nose slightly moved, and the blood mist turned into a bloodline and was sucked into his body. Ah, the storm god groaned as his face turned red. The amount is enough, but the taste is not pure, he said with disgust. Seeing that the god of storm changed the topic, Lalo frowned and then relaxed. He forced a smile and said, Do you think my previous proposal is feasible? I have the Song of Wind and Wind in my hand, and I will share some of Danny Rise's blood with you. You are an expert in how to seize the blood power of gods. Then I will personally teach you a set of divine spells that can accurately measure the progress of the law. As long as you can see the progress, no matter how small the progress is, you won't be annoyed or upset. Persevere, and one day, you will become the true wind god. Let me test. The god of storm was about to say something perfunctory, But suddenly his face changed greatly. He turned his head and saw a stream of light coming from the void and landing in front of him, revealing 8 confused ghosts. Yuluin, why are you here? He did not know the other 7 people whose faces were full of resentment, but King Yurun was his most favorite priest. He was as clear as the sun in the dark night. Yolan of Silla gradually woke up and looked around. He couldn't believe it and said, Your Majesty, the God of Storm? Xiu, I have been in touch with your breath since I was 5 years old, and I have always remembered it. Is this the hall in the clouds? Your Majesty, you finally came to save me. At this moment, Yolan of Silla was no longer as arrogant as before. He knelt on the ground like a pile of mud and wailed, It's too scary. The 7 hells are too scary. Every day I had to climb a mountain of swords, jump into a pot of boiling oil, pull out my tongue. All the methods that I used to torture the innocent were used on me in turn. In the end, there were 18 strong demons with horns on their heads. They used the same method I used on Cersei, but 100 times stronger. Woo, Your Majesty, you don't know how I've been living these days. It's been hard, too hard. I didn't go to the 7 hells to save you. How did you get out? The storm god was confused. After the Andromeda City Council, Yolan of Silla was used as an example and was devoured by hell in front of countless people. Everyone in the world knew about this, and the storm god was no exception. Lalo's expression changed and he said in shock, Not good. He is the bait. Danny Lizzie is going to attack your kingdom. Wang, before the storm god could react, a transparent square wall that looked like a mosaic appeared above the throne. The spatial wall expanded and collapsed. It was uneven and quickly changed. Pop! A white root pierced through a protruding spatial wall, creating a hole. Then the bricks on the wall changed shape and formed a door in the shape of a ferocious megalosaurus head. This is the hall in the clouds? A figure stepped out of the dragon's mouth. Who else could it be but the Dragon Queen? Her current appearance was somewhat unconventional. She wore a weirwood mask on her head and held a weirwood tree in her hand. She wore a short vest that exposed her arms and lower abdomen, and a fluffy sheepskin skirt. Her straight calves and slender feet were not covered, and her exposed skin was painted in various colors of black, red, blue, and white. She was like a modern person cosplaying a priestess from the ancient times. There was nothing wrong with the costume, but the smell was wrong. Ew. The storm god was dumbfounded. Why are you a female, shit Lalo? Danny was also stunned when she saw the person on the scene. The storm god, who was always a rough and violent man, had become a cold and mature woman, which already shocked her. However, the shadow demon Lalo beside her made her even more confused. This time she came to the hall in the clouds to force the storm god to be her follower as the boss. If she had already joined the alliance, then Lalo shouted, Quick, trap her, this is a rare opportunity. I will summon the alliance immediately and kill Danny Lizzie in your kingdom. Dragon Queen and the storm god were still hesitating. The storm god recovered from the shock. Although he was anxious, he did not attack the Dragon Queen. Instead, he said, Danny Lizzie, I don't want to get involved in the mess between you and the Alliance of Justice. Then why did she come to your house? It can't be that a friend is visiting to exchange cultivation experience, right? Danny's eyes were cold. Actually, I am really teaching the storm god my cultivation experience. Lalo suppressed the anger on his face and tried to squeeze out a kind and amiable smile. The storm god looked at him in shock. Lalo's reaction was completely different from what he expected. At this moment, the shadow demon should have said something like, Don't be stupid, you have already exposed yourself. Do something. That would cause a misunderstanding, and then turn the misunderstanding into reality and successfully force the storm god to do what he wanted. You are a loser who has lost the status of a true god, and you are teaching a true god cultivation experience? Danny's divine power surged, and her face became more alert. Are you insulting me? Lalo could no longer maintain his fake smile. He cursed with a twisted face, Little bitch, why don't you think about who you rely on to achieve what you have today? Without my teachings, Balerion would have been a sheep's egg herding sheep on the hillside. Without the Grand Wizard meditation technique, you would have been a fool at the mercy of the gods. Without my profound blood witchcraft, how could the Megalosaurus be resurrected? Without the megalosaurus, your ancestors would have been the lowest shepherds, and they would never have been noble and royal. Danny really couldn't refute this. Lalo's talent for cultivation was poor, and his level was slow. This was an undeniable fact. But studying hard really didn't waste anyone's sweat and sweat. When he tried to improve his understanding of the law, his extraordinary knowledge was also quietly accumulating. Today, after hundreds of millions of years, no one could surpass him in terms of extraordinary theory and extraordinary knowledge. Danny only received a small part of the Grand Wizard's inheritance, and she had achieved what she had today. But the sheep's egg, who founded the Valeglia branch, was Lalo's student. For that student, our Hiller had even hidden countless hands. Not to mention the sheep's egg, just talking about the church's priest system, Lalo wasn't the strongest god, but the red god priest's ability dominated the world. In terms of knowledge, perhaps even the door god wasn't as good as Lalo, but his knowledge couldn't be turned into power 100%. For the gods, knowledge is power. Your power isn't as good as mine, which means you're on the wrong path, specializing in messy and useless things, Danny said sarcastically. There was no problem with this. Most of Lalo's knowledge was very strange. For example, his method of measuring the progress of the law was accurate to 9 decimal places. For someone like Danny, what was the meaning? There's no useless knowledge in the world. As long as it's knowledge, there will be a day when it's useful. The Shadow Devil was impassioned and full of confidence. Forget it. I'm not in the mood to exchange cultivation experiences with you. Danny waved her hand and looked at the storm god. It's very simple to prove that you have nothing to do with the Alliance of Justice and Order. Just kill Lalo. I don't need to prove anything to you. Leave my god's kingdom immediately. The storm god held his head high and roared angrily. If you can't prove that you're innocent, it means that you're guilty. Let me leave, is it possible? Danny sneered. Don't misunderstand, the storm god really didn't join the Alliance of Justice and Order. Lalo spoke again. The reason why he didn't kill me was that before entering the Cloud Hall, I ate his salt and bread. We established a guest relationship. He can't hurt me and he won't allow you to hurt me. The guest's rights are also valid for the gods. The storm god didn't appreciate it. He glared at him fiercely and said coldly, "You want to force me to be enemies with Danny Rise? You think that Danny Rise forced her way into your god's kingdom with good intentions?" Lalo smiled bitterly. "You don't have to sow discord. You're enemies and I've become an innocent bystander. I'll send Lalo out. You go outside and kill him. Don't disturb me in the future. How about that?" The storm god looked at Danny and said, "Do you have a conscience? I've been speaking up for you," Lalo said angrily. Danny looked at Lalo and then at the storm god. She was a little confused about the relationship between the two. "I'm definitely not here today for sightseeing in the Cloud Hall. As the leader of the Westeros, I have the right to ask you to pledge your loyalty to me." Danny went straight to the point. "Storm, you only have 2 choices. You can either join me or become my enemy. There's no third choice." She couldn't be blamed for being overbearing. It was just that the situation was critical. She was alone and needed help. Most of Ursos had fallen, but she didn't dare to help as she was afraid that the Alliance of Justice and Order would attack her. If she had 2 followers of a true god, the crisis would be resolved immediately. As a true god, shouldn't she try her best at this time? Fuck. The storm god's face darkened. "Even the old fish Liang Mu isn't as overbearing as you. Trust me. If your loyalty is related to the safety of the world, he will be more overbearing than me," Danny said sincerely. "You're forcing me to be your enemy." The storm god's eyes flashed with crazy hatred. "I'm forcing you." A green tornado formed around Danny. A ball of fire rose in her purple eyes. "Surrender or die." The storm god's face turned pale. The Cloud Hall began to tremble slightly. "The storm god is a true god. It's not good for you to be so aggressive." Lalo couldn't help but say something fair. "Stay on the side. I'll kill you later," Danny said lightly. Lalo took a few steps back and said to the storm god, "I told you to learn from my cultivation experience, but you didn't listen. Now the chance to learn is slim." Chapter 10:18. Dragon Queen's space magic failed. She was like a person who was cut in half at the waist. If it weren't for the great development of her time and space talent in the past year, the space wall would have almost twisted her lower body into a mosaic-like minced meat. Seeing that Dragon Queen was injured and bleeding, the storm god's eyes were full of joy. He laughed proudly and said, "The hall in the cloud is my god's kingdom, and the rules here are set by me. Your space magic is completely based on the polarity of wind, but I am also the wind god. Even if you sing the song of the Lord of Wind, I am also supported by the position of a true god. A little difference can lead to a great error. If I slightly change the rules of space, your magic will be ineffective and even backfire on you. Today you are dead, huh?" Danny glanced at him disdainfully and said nothing. She just shook the weirwood cane in her hand a few times. The white roots were like living white snakes. One after another, the white snakes deeply penetrated into the mosaic-like space turbulence. Her will entered the weirwood cane, and then she controlled the wind power in the hall in the cloud through the roots. The next moment, the storm god stopped laughing. He looked at the chaotic space wall around her in surprise and then gradually calmed down. The video paused again and then became smooth again. Dragon Queen's straight and strong legs had more bloodlines like spider webs, but they quickly healed in the holy light. "What's wrong with your weirwood? Why can it forcibly stabilize the space fluctuation in the hall in the cloud?" The storm god was surprised. "You are already an uncle, but you don't even know the dragon head cane of the boss. You have lived in vain." Danny smiled contemptuously and dispersed the sword of the Wind King, condensed by the wind ravens in her right hand. She held the weirwood trunk with both hands and said, "I just wanted to control you and didn't intend to kill you. Now it seems that I overestimated myself. A true god is really extraordinary. As soon as I entered your god's kingdom, I opened the field of wind. The field of the main song suppressed the chorus so much, but it still couldn't take away your control of the wind power in the hall in the cloud. I was careless." "It's useless even if you are careless." The storm god sneered. "I can't defeat you with the power of the wind god, but it's easy to interfere with you." Danny nodded. "You're right. I can't control the outcome of today's battle. However, this is really not good news for you. Once the killer move is used, even if you don't die, you will be crippled. You're too arrogant." Lalo the shadow demon sneered. "This is the hall in the clouds. I've lived for hundreds of millions of years, but this is the first time I've heard of killing a true god in the divine nation, let alone seeing it. I can't be bothered to talk to the dead." Danny didn't even look at him. She just stared into the eyes of the god of storm and asked, "Your hall in the clouds is quickly leaving the airspace of the Westeros. I don't have much time left. Let me ask you one more time. Would you rather die than be a good god that is beneficial to the world and mankind?" "Trying to scare me? I won't fall for it." The storm god's face twisted. "Let me tell you, today is the day you die. This will be your grave. You will be torn apart by the gods. Your skull will be left under the throne of the hall in the clouds and trampled on by me every day. I'm not your opponent, but I'm not alone now. I have countless companions in the alliance of justice and order behind me." The storm god looked up to the sky and roared. In the center of the hall in the clouds, the black tornado holding the throne suddenly expanded to infinitely large and infinitely long. Dragon Queen was immediately sucked into it. "Even if you are a true god, you will be cursed." Pop. Before the howling stopped, Lalo exploded into a cloud of purple and black blood mist. Only his white skeleton was left standing in the same place. Under the impact of the wind blades, there was a dense sound of ding 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 ding. The storm god's anger was slightly reduced. He gently stamped his foot, and Lalo's skeleton quickly sank into the black cloud platform. In the end, only the skull was left on the surface. He stepped lightly on the skull with his 2 small feet and stamped a few more times. Then a relaxed smile appeared on his face again. "What kind of tornado is this? Why can't I take control of it at all?" The throne of the storm god was a huge tornado holding up a black cloud. It was very eye-catching. Anyone who entered the cloud hall could see it at a glance. Danny was no exception. However, there were still many clouds floating in the cloud hall, and each cloud was a storm. Therefore, at first, she thought that the black tornado with a long and thin tail was just an ordinary tornado, no different from the other storms around it. When the storm god controlled the black tornado to swallow her with a huge funnel-shaped vent, Danny only sneered in her heart. She thought that the storm god was showing off in front of Guangong. The result was completely out of her expectations. The black tornado was like the inside of a washing machine made of steel. It was inseparable and not under her control. Why do I feel that this tornado is like a living person? It has divinity and vitality. Is it a god? I fell into its stomach. Danny's wind domain was compressed to the extreme, forming a circle of green wind around her. It rotated in the opposite direction to offset the tearing force of the black tornado. If she didn't have the Song of Wind, the powerful wind blades would cut her body into pieces. No matter how strong her defense was, it would be useless. Now, even if it was not torn apart, the inside of the tornado formed a sealed space that was completely under the control of the storm god. In this space, except for the wind element, no other power was allowed to exist. However, the wind element was completely out of Danny's control. It was difficult for her to even move it, let alone open a space door. It was not the first time that Danny had encountered such a situation. When she was in the Orlos Wizard Tower, the sheep egg fell on the priest's body and used the fire magic shield to create a similar forbidden fire zone. Last time, she was able to break through the fire magic shield by relying on Blackie's attack, which used the huge amount of fire magic power in the Megalosaurus. This time, Danny could only use the god of wind to break through the forbidden wind zone. Last time, the sheep egg's song of fire was much stronger than hers. She could only win by quantity. This time, her progress in the Song of Wind was more than 60%, and she was also holding a weirwood staff. Her opponent's Song of Wind was completely copied from the door god. In theory, she had a greater advantage in terms of skill. However, the storm god's Cage of Wind was a bit special. It was not an elemental forbidden zone, created by witchcraft. It was more like a living being. An ordinary forbidden wind zone would not be able to trap her at all. But now she was indeed trapped. Could it be the previous goddess of wind? Bran was not sure. I can't see the storm god's origin through the timeline, Danny said. No one can see the past of a true god through the river of time. I can only guess based on the information I have and my own experience. This tornado, which is full of vitality and divinity, is the body of a true god. Perhaps it is the previous storm god, the goddess of wind, Bran said. Inami's wife, the mother-in-law of the god Durin? What happened in the past? What is the origin of the current storm god? Danny asked. I don't know. The three-eyed crow will not look into the secrets of the old gods. It is just like how the followers of the seven gods will blaspheme the Holy Mother if they look into her origin. You should pass this trial first before you think about the old gods' past. The gods will arrive soon, and you do not have much time left, Bran reminded her. Murderous intent appeared in Danny's eyes. She held the weirwood cane with both hands as if she was holding a sword hilt. Whoosh, at the top of the tree on a few branches, the red palm leaves danced. Wind ravens flew out of Danny's left eye one after another, turning into green ribbons of wind that circled around the tree trunk and went up. Huff, huff, huff. Gradually, a disharmonious wind sound came from the inside of the black tornado. The wind sound came from the weirwood cane. No, it was no longer a cane. The tree root was the sword head, the tree trunk was the sword hilt, and the leaves at the top were the sword guard. 1,000 wind spirits formed a 30-meter-long green sword that was as thick as a Ferris wheel. It was like a giant marshmallow. The wind domain was activated, and the wind space's polarity turned every gust of wind on the sword into a space blade. With the sword god's godhood, every gust of wind was a space blade, and every sword had a spirituality that could cut through all things. The wind ring in her mind revolved quickly along with the second soul, and all of the wind divine power was released. Sizzle, the green marshmallow sword staff was dyed black, and the sword god's space blade cut through the space. Soon, the space around the staff was shattered, and it turned into a pitch-black mosaic. Whistling gales were poured into the pitch-black hole, and the wall of the cloud hall was broken. This is impossible. My god's kingdom is broken? The storm god's cry of disbelief could be faintly heard. "Eat my big marshmallow." Dani was still embarrassed, and she only said it in her heart. She did not shout it out loud. Chapter 10:19. Eat one of my marshmallows. Dragon Queen shouted in her heart. She held the 30-meter-long Wind King's sword staff that was as thick as a Ferris wheel and poured out the divine power of wind from her body. As she swung her sword down, it was as if she was floating in a clear pool. She held a huge spray gun and shot a jet of ink in front of her. The clear pool water was dyed black. It was a ghastly sight. Then the ink slowly spread in all directions. The black watermark quickly expanded. Crack, crack, crack. The grayish-black tornado that was spinning at high speed paused and stopped. A large part of it was corroded by the ink and a hole appeared. As the ink spread, the tornado's wind wall began to split apart from the hole. The hall in the clouds outside the hole also began to split apart. The ink was naturally not ink. Even Dragon Queen's marshmallows were not black. The black was because the space was cut open. Strictly speaking, her cotton candy sword was supposed to be formless, colorless, and transparent. However, the wind elf had gathered too much wind and was too thick. The colorless wind had been dyed green, and the formless wind had also started to become heavy. When the wind turned into a wind blade, the wind blade was enhanced with the polarity of space and the sword god's sword will. The space around the marshmallows was cut open. The blade was not black. After the space was cut open, it would appear as black in the field of vision. Every wisp of wind was equivalent to an atom of wind. It was a divine sword, a wind blade that activated the polarity of space and was endowed with the sword god's sword will. The atomic divine sword cut open the space easily. To the naked eye, it was just a black mosaic spot. How many wisps of wind were there in the marshmallows? More than 1,000 wind ravens. With a swing of the sword, a huge hole appeared in the cage of wind that was suspected to be the body of the wind goddess. The hall in the clouds outside the tornado was completely penetrated. Looking from outside the divine kingdom, it looked like a black light suddenly shot out from the inside of a fast-moving dark cloud. When the cotton candy dispersed, countless atoms of wind spread throughout the entire cage of wind. Spreading throughout the entire cloud hall, great destruction erupted. No! A horrified and twisted expression froze on the storm god's face. His divine body was like a porcelain doll that had been heated to a high temperature and splashed with ice water. Black cracks crawled up his cheeks, neck, torso. This is impossible. Her divine body was shattered by the spatial storm, and her divine soul was still screaming in despair. What's impossible? Dani held the 2-meter-long weirwood sword hilt and walked freely in the dark, ocean-like space storm, as if she was taking a stroll in the garden. Until now, you still haven't recognized the origin of the dragon-headed staff in my hand? She came in front of him and handed the weirwood tree trunk forward. It is. The god of storm looked like a cracked lime doll, with lime powder sliding down the cracks. Inside the dark cracks there was green blood wriggling out. Through the blood, one could see the golden skeleton of a god. You were able to find every flaw in the hall in the clouds just because of this weirwood? A butcher could kill a cow, and so could an ordinary butcher. Dismembering the same cow into meat, tendons, and offal would take only 1/10 of the strength of an ordinary butcher, or even less. The hall in the clouds was the god of storm's divine kingdom. To defeat a true god in his divine kingdom, one must first destroy the divine kingdom. As long as the divine kingdom was not destroyed, the gods would not be defeated. Since the birth of the world, there had never been a case of a true god being killed in his own divine kingdom. Why was the black goat both strong and weak? The black goat was strong because he had dominated the faith of Kohler for countless years. The black goat temple was connected to his divine kingdom, and the divine kingdom had a shocking amount of faith power. Therefore, in Kohler, Lalo did not want to be his enemy. The faith of Kohler was not worth starting a war of gods. But if he left Kohler and went to Reese, the black goat would lose the support of infinite divine power. He would just be a powerful god of death who had not mastered the law. A demigod was already so powerful with a divine kingdom behind him, let alone a true god. However, once Dani held the weirwood staff, she immediately became the butcher of the old Westeros gods. Well, only the old gods of the Westeros. Her spiritual power entered the weirwood, and then she used the weirwood to touch the divine kingdom of the old gods. With the help of the super brain of the wise old woman, she could instantly analyze the structure of the divine kingdom and ensure that every attack was 1000% effective. Just like a butcher dismembering a cow, she could easily cut through the joints with ease. Dani herself was a peerless sharp knife, and she understood the joints of the hall in the clouds. How could she not do it with ease? Seeing that the god of storm was still at a loss, Dani did not want him to die in peace, so she said directly, "It is the second life of the door god. Although it is badly damaged, it is still your main god. My divine power of wind is transformed into offensive divinity through the weirwood. It is like I am a main god attacking a subordinate god. In terms of power level, I am naturally half a level higher than you. Of course, you are a true god and half a level higher than me, so we are even. However, your hall in the clouds is a shack version of the wind of a world. You will be unlucky if you meet either me or the weirwood, not to mention me with the weirwood." So that's how it is. The storm god's eyes flashed with understanding. Last time when you found the hall in the clouds through the altar of the old gods on the Thousand-Face Island, I should have been vigilant. I was careless. Dani shook her head and sighed. Don't be careless. Even if you keep flashing, it will still be useless. In order to deal with you, I even slowed down my understanding of the Song of Fire in the past year and focused all my energy on the polarity of wind. As long as there are people who believe in you, as long as I have the weirwood staff, I will be able to find your hall in the clouds. Why do you have to sneak up on me? I am a true god who is indifferent to fame and wealth. I am one of the 3 remaining true gods in the world. If you kill me, the world will lose one of its pillars. Even if I don't do anything, as long as I am alive, it will be good for the world." The god of storm's soul shouted unwillingly. Dani sighed helplessly. "I am only here to recruit you. The world is hard. Most of Ursos has fallen. Dealing with the god of frost has already exhausted me. But the alliance of gods is watching from the sidelines. I don't dare to do anything. If you and Drowning God are willing to help me, the 3 of us will be able to defeat Frost God and deal with the Righteous Alliance's sneak attacks. After the long night, you will also be rewarded by the world. Isn't that perfect? Yet, you're so stubborn that you'd rather join the Righteous Alliance than be a good person. Haha, I am a noble true god. Why should I surrender to a lowly human like you?" The god of storm murmured. Seeing that his breath was getting weaker and weaker, Dani could not be bothered to be angry. She frowned and said doubtfully, "I deliberately avoided your body with the tip of my sword, and used 99% of my strength on the cage in the wind and the hall in the clouds. You should be slightly injured now. And most you will be seriously injured. How can you die? Don't talk about it. While he is still alive, let's try to save him. Maybe he can be saved?" In the weirwood, Bran said helplessly, "He is right. Even if a true god doesn't do anything, the more he does to the world, the better. Caw. Caw. Before he could finish his sentence, the big raven on the shoulder of the god of storm suddenly opened his eyes. His bloody pupils were filled with extreme madness and hatred. Dani's heart trembled when she looked into his eyes. But before she could do anything, the big crow let out a mournful cry, and its powerful soul power directly shattered the storm god's already broken body. "No!" The god of storm cried weakly. His body turned into powder. Before the powder fell to the ground, it turned into a gust of blood-red wind. The body dissipated, revealing the golden soul of the god of storm, which was full of black cracks. "God of storm, die!" The big raven's cry not only shattered the body of the god of storm, but also awakened countless Timin's souls. They were all followers of the god of storm. They had been locked in the cloud prison and cut by the wind blades. Now the cloud hall collapsed and the cloud prison was broken. The Iron Seed was freed. However, these followers of the god of storm had been tortured for countless years. Except for crying in pain, they had almost lost their human nature and sanity. They were floating in the air in a daze. They didn't wake up until the big raven's cry. Then with red eyes, They turned into evil ghosts and pounced on the golden soul of the god of storm. God of storm, give me back my life. The anger of the iron seed was almost tangible. Dani frowned and immediately released her holy light, burning all the vengeful spirits that came close to her into ashes and pure spiritual matter. Tut! At the moment when she was distracted, the big raven's sharp beak reached out and pecked the forehead of the golden soul. The light in the eyes of the god of storm disappeared completely. The whole process seemed long, but it actually happened in a flash. Kacha kacha boom. The world shook, the wind blew, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and rain poured down like a god crying. The sea of law was boiling like porridge. The world was like a broken tricycle with gas pedal on, accelerating down the slope. As the person chosen by the world, Dani immediately felt it. Her heart was filled with extreme irritability, anger, and other negative emotions. You want to die. She poked the big raven's head with her finger. Pop! The angry attack directly blew the demigod raven into a bloody mist. Don't! Bran was the first to arrive. He was embarrassed and annoyed. Your Majesty, you should ask for the reason. The soul is still here. There will be time to ask in the future. Dani's face was gloomy. She looked around. Snow, rain, fog, hailstones, and other phenomena were mixed together. Black clouds were rolling, the wind was blowing, and there was an endless sea of blood in the sky. In the mess, the hall in the clouds was split into countless pieces. Countless gusts of wind blew, mixed with the wailing of thousands of dead souls. Dani also saw Yolen of Scylla. He was actually lucky to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Suddenly her eyes focused. Countless big ravens were like mad dogs, cawing as they passed through the ruins of the god's kingdom, fighting for the scattered wisps of black wind. Those big ravens were all wind spirits. Dani was also very familiar with what they were fighting for. The black tornado suspected to be the goddess of wind's true form. What are you eating? She was in a bad mood, and her tone was impatient. We are drinking the wind. The ravens did not care about her attitude. They just answered casually and started fighting again. For ordinary people, drinking the northwest wind meant no food. But for the wind ravens, drinking the northwest wind could really fill their stomachs. Is it delicious? Dani was finally interested. Caw, caw, caw. A wind raven expanded like a balloon, and its blood-red eyes were dyed with a trace of green. Under Dani's surprised and the envious eyes of the other ravens, it suddenly exploded into a long green wind belt. This wind belt was very different. It was infinitely elongated and fluttered like a victory flag. In the blood-red sea of thunder, it flew up diagonally for a few kilometers. More importantly, Dani felt that a trace of divinity was being born in her body. There is such an effect? Dani was no longer annoyed by the spilled milk. She pulled herself together again, opened her mouth wide, and sucked hard at the messy sky. Huff! 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 The wall of wind built by the storm, the remnants of the black tornado, the tornado that was out of control, the souls of the believers of the god of storm, Yolen of Scylla, the corpse and soul of the god of storm, the big ravens that exploded into a bloody mist. All the tangible and intangible substances from the collapsed hall in the clouds were all sucked into her mouth, and then sent to the believers to be preserved. Then, Dani saw the gods around her who were ready to make a move. The alliance of justice and order was here. In fact, they had arrived a long time ago. From afar, the gods saw a dark cloud in the sky rushing toward them at lightning speed. They knew that it was the hall in the clouds and that the Dragon Queen was trapped in it. They were very excited, and their divine power surged, preparing their divine spells. As soon as they entered the kingdom of the god of storm, they would immediately focus their fire on the Dragon Queen. Then boom! A big hole suddenly appeared in the dark cloud, and a black sword pillar that could shatter the void stretched out from the cloud. The horrifying power made the gods' hair stand on end even though they were far away. They stopped in shock and bewilderment. Then there was a big explosion. The whole hall in the clouds was shattered, disintegrated, and annihilated in the space storm. The gods were more and more shocked. This shouldn't be. No matter how strong the Dragon Queen was, she couldn't have broken the kingdom of a true god so quickly. What killing move did she have? The gods avoided it in confusion. Chapter 10:20. After the long night fell, the gods and their god kingdoms gradually left the astral world and could travel freely in the material world. In the material world, the hall in the cloud of the storm god appeared as a cloud, mixed with thousands of clouds. Without his invitation, ordinary gods couldn't even find the hall in the cloud. Inami's flowing water palace was similar. Night Lion couldn't find the flowing water palace from the bottom of the sea with his own ability. But he had a friendship with Inami in his early years and got a magic conch. As long as he blew the conch in the sea, the flowing water palace on the other side of the sea would immediately sense it. Lalo could find and enter the hall in the cloud because of the storm god's token. At first, the hall in the cloud floated above the narrow sea near Dorne. When the storm god decided to join the alliance of justice and order, the hall in the cloud immediately moved east. The deities walked in the opposite direction. Both sides flew more than 1,000 kilometers and met near Volantis. The gods should have swarmed forward, but the hall in the cloud braked first, and then there was a big explosion. Before the evil gods could react, the celestial phenomenon of the fall of a true god was displayed in front of everyone. They were shocked, confused, and scared. What kind of power could make a true god fall in such a short time? The storm god was in his god kingdom. Didn't he say that the cage of wind could trap Dragon Queen for a month? Their hearts were filled with fear. They hesitated and even began to shrink back. Before Dany finished cleaning up the battlefield, she saw the huge black cloud of demon flames slowly retreating into the distance. The black cloud was a phenomenon caused by the gathering of demons. There were dozens of demons, and at least 10 of them were at the same level as Night Lion. Obviously, the information about the 3 giants was fake. The rest of the evil gods also understood the rules, and were only 1 or 2 levels lower than Night Lion. The key was that she didn't know anything about them, but the enemy knew everything. If I'm surrounded, I'll be dead. Dany's scalp was numb, and her heart was trembling. She almost couldn't hold it in and wanted to run away. But the next moment, Dany saw that the gods didn't surround her. Instead, they carefully retreated. After being stunned for a moment, she came to a realization. I'm afraid of them, but they're also afraid of me. She was afraid of them because she knew her own limits. The other party was ready to unleash a powerful divine spell with a high level of energy and a large yield, all of which were beyond her tolerance. They were afraid of her because she had just killed a true god. They suspected that she had an unknown trump card. With the wisdom of the old woman still in her body, Dany quickly figured it out and let out a sigh of relief. After cleaning up the battlefield calmly, she stepped forward with a cold face and roared, "Evildoers, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come and die." She wanted to imitate Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun and shout, "Dany Liz of Dragonstone Island is here, why don't you?" However, Dany Rise of Dragonstone Island was obviously not as domineering as Zhao Zilong of Chongshan and Zhang Ida of Yan. Instead, she was a little silly. However, she had just killed a true god and destroyed the true god's divine kingdom, and her body was buffed with the max level of the halo of fear. In the eyes of the gods, it was not important what she was shouting. What was important was that she was charging at them. The evil king is here. Dany Rise is ferocious. You can't fight her. Retreat quickly. The powerful gods with many precepts were still hesitating, but the weaker evil gods were scared out of their wits. They screamed and turned to run back. With this run, the formation was messed up. Like falling dominoes, the surrounding gods turned into black smoke and disappeared from Dany's sight with a whoosh. Dany finally relaxed. She chuckled and headed north at an even faster speed, entering the continent of Ursos. Less than half a minute after she left, the evil gods ran back. When they saw that the Dragon Queen had disappeared, they were all excited. They shouted Dany Rise was bluffing. She must have used a forbidden art that harms her own life. Dany Rise can't hold on any longer. Don't let the low-health Dany Rise escape, and so on. They chased her all the way to the west. The gods were not stupid. After running for a while, they realized that the Dragon Queen was not using any spatial magic to chase after them. They immediately realized that something was wrong. However, Dani did not use any forbidden art that harms her own divine body, nor did she have low health. She only used big cotton candy, and the divine power in her body was depleted. Her body was weak, and it was difficult for her to even open a spatial door. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many enemies, their killer moves were unknown, and there was a possibility of GG if they were surrounded, she might have really turned around and kite the enemies. Several fairies circled around her. Dani looked like she was wearing a wide-sleeved fairy dress made of clouds. Like the cultivators in the Xianxia world, she floated in the air like an immortal. The gods rushed to the Westeros in the west. She carried the weirwood trunk and recovered her mana as she walked along the Rhone River to Korhor. Bran used the weirwood to interfere with the River of Time to cover the Dragon Queen's tracks. In Korhor, Dani saw a city of the living dead. Millions of ghouls were scattered around the city. A large group of ghouls seemed to be ready to go south to Volantis. Or were they planning to cross the Dothraki Sea and invade Slaver's Bay? Without any delay, Dani opened up her fire domain. Divine power of fire flowed out and ignited tens of thousands of ghouls in the city. Then she quickly moved out of the city. By the time the frost god descended with a roar and activated his ice domain to clash with her fire domain, Dani had already killed hundreds of thousands of ghouls. She did not stay in a stalemate with the frost god. She had recovered most of her divine power on the way. She immediately teleported to Norfoss in the west of Korhor, and repeated the same trick. This time it was less effective. An evil god of ice had already activated his domain. Her fire domain crushed the evil god's ice domain. Before she could start her massacre, the frost god descended with a roar. Hence, Dani ran to Roras in the Trembling Sea in the north. She also helped Bravos, which had lost 90% of its population and was on the verge of collapse, to clear out hundreds of thousands of ghouls in the city. Chapter 1021. The goddess of wind was also a vicious bitch. She killed my family and my people, and in the end Nu Shao and I killed her together. The big crow said with resentment. Huh? You killed the goddess of wind? Who are you? Dani was surprised. You should have heard of me, Storm King Durin, nicknamed God's Worry. Dani Lizzie, you are not bad, but compared to me, you are just a junior. The big crow said proudly. So it's you. Dani was surprised at first, and then she looked at the crow's remnant soul with a strange expression. For some reason, Durin was not half human and half bird like the child of the forest crow. His soul had completely become a crow. You are just an unlucky guy whose fate was controlled by the gods. What right do you have to compare with me? I don't even need to lift a finger to kill you. She laughed. Durin said unhappily, You can call me a loser, but you can't insult me by saying that my fate was controlled by the gods. In fact, it was to fight against fate that I walked on the path of becoming an enemy of the gods. You are very strong, much stronger than me, but you are still a latecomer. Although I don't know what happened back then, looking at the result, you were obviously fooled by Nu Shao. What's pitiful is that you didn't know anything and thought that you were fighting against fate. Dani said disapprovingly. Durin Crow was stunned. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't. After a while he said bitterly, You are right. That bastard Nu Shao has been controlling my fate. But I thought that my enemies were the Anami and the goddess of wind. Of course they are my enemies. All the gods deserve to die. None of them are good. He sighed. What happened back then? Dani asked. I'm not sure now. Durin said dejectedly. Your Majesty, you can see for yourself. The storm god is dead, and there are no more disturbances. You can look at Durin's timeline as much as you want. Bran said. There were still disturbances. Dani condensed the river of time and found traces of Durin, but she could only see a blurry image. The storm god's interference with the river of time was permanent. It was like using an eraser to erase his own plot in a storybook. Furthermore, not only did this matter involve the storm god, but Anami and the goddess of wind were also the main characters. Even the door god had a friendly cameo. However, Danny was able to roughly reconstruct the story by observing the important supporting characters, like Du Luan and Brandon Stark. About 50,000 years ago, Nu Xiao was born. Apart from being more talented, he was just like the other children of the forest. He had a peaceful temperament and loved singing about the mountains and rivers of the world. Like many green prophets, he often slept on the weirwood tree and listened to the song of wind sung by the door god. When the door god was still alive, many talented creatures slept on weirwood and listened to the door god's song. Just like many creatures in the past, Nu Xiao became a demigod under the weirwood. However, Nu Xiao restrained himself and didn't become a true god. He was very talented in the law of wind, and the door god hoped that he could be the successor of the Song of Wind. For the next 30,000 years, Nu Xiao had been studying the Song of Wind. However, the Song of Wind of the door god was the most powerful song of wind. It was almost impossible to surpass him. For example, Danny, Sheepegg, and Lalo all had the Song of Fire. Then, which era would it be easier for another person to sing the Song of Fire? Lalo had existed for hundreds of millions of years, but no one had been able to steal his Song of Fire. This showed how difficult it was to sing the songs of the four basic elements. However, Sheepegg had stolen Lalo, and Danny had stolen Sheepegg, and they had both succeeded. Obviously, it was much harder to comprehend the Song of Fire after Danny's time than during Lalo's time. The Song of Wind of the door god was only a little bit weaker than Danny's Song of Fire. It was inferior in the uniqueness of the first flame. Therefore, even though the door god had helped him wholeheartedly, Nu Xiao couldn't sing the Song of Wind that surpassed the door gods. After that, the door god gave a part of his Song of Wind to Nu Xiao. He didn't expect Nu Xiao to surpass him. He only wanted Nu Xiao to inherit his Song of Wind. Or, after he died, Nu Xiao could sing the Song of Wind that was one level lower. The door god's arrangement was perfect, but Nu Xiao had exhausted his patience after tens of thousands of years of training. If that was the case, Nu Xiao would lose his faith and confidence like the countless demigods under the door god's command who failed to sing the Song of Wind. In the future, he would be a normal demigod and enjoy his life. In the end, he would become a green prophet and merge into the seal of the green prophet. Or, if he was determined, he would give up on the Song of Wind and put all his energy into the chorus of wind. In the end, he would become a true god like the Anami. No matter what, Nu Xiao's future was bright. At least when he looked back, he wouldn't regret wasting his time. He wouldn't feel ashamed because he didn't accomplish anything. When he was about to die, he could roar, "My life and all my experiences have been dedicated to the most glorious cause in the world to save humanity and the world. I die without regrets." However, his life was full of misfortune. The era he lived in happened to be the intersection of two eras. The next era would be 2,000 years later. His people, the children of the forest, the world he loved, the free and peaceful primitive forest era, would be replaced by another race and another way of life. For the sake of the alien race, for the sake of the human civilization that he hated, he felt that it wasn't worth it. In fact, when the eras changed, the children of the forest, including the Green Prophet, were split into two factions. One faction was peaceful. Danny thought they were cowards, and accepted the fate of their race. They only sang to vent their sorrow. The other faction wanted to fight against fate. There was even a Green Prophet who didn't hesitate to transform himself into a first-generation deviant ghost. Not only the children of the forest, even the door god was confused. However, the children of the forest were more concerned about the future of their race. The door god was confused because he was uncertain about the future of the world. The door god was confused. The door god was divided into two. The children of the forest were confused. They were also divided into two. One faction followed the will of the heavens and became the three-eyed crows. They were like the Transformers faction. The three-eyed crows were the pillars supporting the sky. The other faction wanted to change their fate. Some of the children of the forest chose to become deviant ghosts and use them to destroy the humans who threatened the survival of their race. Some of the children of the forest took the initiative to start a war with the humans again. They were like the Transformers faction. Because of their different ideologies, they split into many megatars. Nu Shao was one of the Megatars. No matter how hard the Megatars tried, they all proved one thing: the will of the heavens could not be defied. Nu Xiao's Megatars, whose worldview collapsed, left the Westeros and traveled to Ursos, the Jade Sea of the Far East, and Asia for thousands of years. He met many good teachers and learned a lot of advanced theories and knowledge that the Door God could never learn. In short, Nu Shao, who destroyed his worldview in the Westeros, went to the east and rebuilt his worldview. He had the same values, worldview, and outlook on life as the deviant gods of the barbarian land. Well, in the last era, the center of the world was the barbarian land. The Dawn Kingdom of the barbarian land was the most civilized and developed empire in the world. But the barbarian land's emperor was the descendant of the gods. In other words, the deviant gods ruled the country. Nu Shao turned from the gentle, kind, and peace-loving Green Prophet to the current storm god. Oh, his personality was reconstructed. He still needed the storm god's power. Nu Shao hoped to become a true god before the great calamity of the era. Only by becoming a true god could he have the chance to change the fate of his race. But he had been studying the Song of Wind. It was hard for him to create a chorus in a short period of time. The great calamity of the era was coming. There was not much time left for him. He needed a miracle. Fortunately, Nu Shao was the most powerful Green Prophet. His ability to peek into fate was much better than most true gods. The story between Inami and the Storm Goddess made him see the fastest way to become a true god. As mentioned before, the Night Lion and the Lady of Light opened a husband and wife shop, the Kingdom of Dawn, and successfully fused the laws of light and darkness perfectly. From there, they developed the supreme law of the universe, a knockoff of the Song of Ice and Fire, the Song of Light and Darkness. Many gods were envious of them and wanted to learn from them. For example, Inami and Lala wanted to learn. Many people, including Dany, thought that the name Inami was strange. Why didn't she call herself the Sea God? Actually, Inami was called the Sea God before. She was as outstanding as Nu Shao. She was born tens of thousands of years earlier than Nu Shao. She was his senior brother and was valued by the Door God's master. The Door God taught Nu Shao personally and arranged for Inami to study at the Lorne River. He spent a lot of time and effort on the two of them. He also had a lot of expectations. Inami learned the chorus of the Song of Water beside the Lorne River Mother Goddess. She deserved the name Sea God. However, after she married the Wind Goddess, she changed her name. She no longer represented the sea. Inami, it sounded like water. But Inami also learned the chorus of the Song of Fire. Who would believe that? This was not a secret. Anyone who had heard the Song of Inami, the Bible of the Inami Church, similar to the Seven Stars Bible, would know that Inami was also the fire god. The drowning god created the demons for them to rape and pillage. He used blood, fire, and joyous songs to create a new world, and used it to carve his name. The drowning god once brought fire from the sea to the mortal world, and held a sword and fire to sail the world. These were the two core teachings in the Inami Bible. They explained the divinity of the Inami and regulated the actions of the Inami followers. Because it involved the secrets of the Inami, Dany could not observe the specific reasons from the River of Time. She only knew that the Wind Goddess paid a great price to help Inami sing the chorus of the Song of Water and Fire. Inami seemed to have been abandoned by the Door God. Well, the Door God had always been indifferent to his followers. He rarely cared about the trivial matters between them. Nu Shao saw the result in advance from fate. He wanted to scheme against the weakened Wind Goddess. First, Nu Shao became the master of the Storm King Durin. It was similar to Lalo finding the sheep egg. This process was not difficult. Back then, the mortals in the Westeros had all converted to the old gods and respected the Green Prophet of the Children of the Forest. Then, he used the prophecy of fate to arrange for Durin and Inni to meet. This was not difficult. Durin was the Storm King and lived by the sea. Mermaids were not as rare as now. In fact, it was because of Inni's love affair with a human that mermaids rarely appeared in the human world. Durin had been the master of the human world for hundreds of years. He was also a powerful demigod. He had the ambition and courage to mess with the daughter of a god. Inni was a simple mermaid princess. She could not refuse an experienced driver like Durin. Therefore, Nu Xiao did not do anything. The story developed according to his script. Ini was not only the beloved daughter of the sea god and the wind goddess, she was also the key to the fusion of the two opposing laws. How could she be taken by a lowly human? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.